Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Saturday, 22nd of April 2023, and we're back in the factory again today, continuing our upscaling, overhauling of our base, hoping to build a better foundation to proceed with our, technology and science moving forward in these mods. Not sure if this will even help us, no real idea what's coming up, but it certainly seems like it's going to be a good basis for the next couple of science packs. Once we get everything into place and then get back into orbit and set up our science and research and stuff. A few sessions, no doubt, to get us anywhere near that, so some distance to go. The more I see of these mods in general, the less confidence I have that we will reach the end or any kind of victory, but I would really like to get a victory condition fulfilled. Probably wouldn't see everything, just see more and more things where it feels like it's just not going to really mesh with the way I want to play and stuff. But no promises basically that we will reach a victory, but also we're going to keep trying bit by bit. In the last session we got iron and copper ingot production online, so that's the more efficient route to iron and copper, those kind of fundamental resources, and we'll continue today with the same kind of fundamental resource thing. Towards the end of the last session we did get some oil refining online, so we've got the 3 constituent parts from the oil ready on our network in barrels. Today we will be turning those into the petrochemical products, so your rocket fuel, your lubricant, your plastic, your sulfur, these kind of things. Not entirely sure where they're going and how much we'll be able to make and things like this, but we'll get a plan together, work out what we're doing and get into it. Let's hop into the factory and catch up with what we need to do. So looking at the map, we're doing our refining over here in the east. There's not a huge amount of space left open around here. Some things we might just take away from here to make the room, but we do have quite a bit open on the other side of the world, so I think we'll probably just use the trains to get the stuff over here. Might have the whole network now operate with 2 active trains rather than 1, because 1 has been perfectly fine with lots of trains sat doing nothing thus far. 2 could cause some traffic issues, but it should increase the throughput, so we might just kind of proceed on that basis if we're going to start having things spread out a bit more. Certainly until we expand even more and get additional depots into place could be a good idea. So up here in L52, I don't know, could be a good spot for something. Bring in the heavy oil, make the lubricant, send it out again, that kind of thing. In each case we need to deal with recycling empty barrels and delivering in new barrels. So none of them are really super simple. L51's a bit different. It's got this patch of coal in which we wouldn't necessarily do anything with, but you need coal to make plastic, I think. So we could make the plastic here and just not need to ship the coal in, just use the local stuff. It's, inconsistent perhaps, but an effective way of doing it, rather than delivering in at this train station right next door. We just mine it up. So I kind of like the idea of doing plastic here, and then down here we've got an empty one. There's a bit of stone, but not really enough to be worth trying to do anything with, I don't think. Whereas this patch of iron I would quite like to use, either for more iron or for more steel. So there's 3 squares. Possibly be able to combine things if they use the same liquid. Sulfur and plastic both use petrol, so might do them in the same square if everything fits together. But I think step 1 is just make a temporary sub-factory in our plan and work out all of the things we're trying to make in this phase, all the petrochemicals. So we want sulfur, we know, or plastic. No idea how much. I'll have to try and work out what we can do there. Plastic and sulfur. Don't think we need to do explosives. Can do them where they're needed, if they're needed. Solid fuel we do need to do. That's involved in one of the research packs, I believe, or in something. I'm sure we were making it before. Rocket fuel definitely need, if only for our jetpack, but also for the rockets to move things around the world, the other worlds. Anything else here? Nuclear stuff we'll probably do separately. There is train fuel, which we were doing before. I think we don't do it now because we are heading towards nuclear locomotives, so we've probably got enough fuel stored up to last us a very long time. By the time we burnt through it all, we might have been able to switch over to the fuel cells, nuclear fuel cells, so I think we don't rebuild the train fuel necessarily. Don't think there's anything on those pages we're going to need. Anything here? I guess barrels of lubricant rather than lubricant itself. Any other liquids? We always make acid where, like, as it's needed, deliver the sulfur in instead. I think we should continue doing that. We make the biomethanol where it's needed, obviously. It's likewise with things like chlorine, oxygen, that kind of thing, and pyroflux, all made where it's needed rather than centrally. Which I think is still okay. If they're needed in orbit, that may or may not work. We'll have to wait and see. Liquid rocket fuel we're making where it's needed by delivering the solid stuff in. We don't need to barrel up steam. Or molten metals. Don't think there's anything there. There are things we will need when we're in orbit, but we'll probably, you know, like a cosmic water, for example, make it and pipe it around in orbit rather than doing anything with it down here. So I think it's just really lubricant, which we've put in the barrels. That could be it. I didn't think there were too many things, at least at this stage. Don't see anything else jumping out. It's just that, you know, train fuel is a thing. So plastic is made from that recipe. Sulfur from this one at the moment. What are those other options? You make immersite crystal from... Oh, and sulfur's a byproduct. Okay, I see. Some of the immersite processes create sulfur as a byproduct. Okay. The solid fuel, I think we went with light oil as one we have a lot of and we're doing nothing with. And then rocket fuel, which recipe do we use? I think it's the one where we don't add anything because the volume needed is so significant. Oxygen? I think, so that one? Iron plate, no. I'm thinking iron plate, light oil and oxygen. That'll be the one. Because making ammonia or hydrogen chloride is too expensive in those volumes. So that's the one we go with, which is where most of the light oil is going to go. And then lubricant. Let's drop that inside there. Made from heavy oil. So you don't make a lot of heavy oil, but it's all going into lubricant. We make a lot of light oil and we're turning it mostly into rocket fuel. I'm concerned about the amount. I'm also concerned about this wanting 1 million oxygen with only 17 machines. Yeah. But okay. So we could, let's say in theory, do plastic and sulfur in the same square. We would need to deliver in petrol, mine up the coal, water's pumped locally. We need to send out finished plastic, finished sulfur and empty barrels. So 2 things can fit in 1 square. That's fine. Numbers seem really small. I mean, we're making... let's check the number. So 24k plus 46k is 70,000. So we can increase these quite a lot. Okay. And I'll probably think we should overbuild. Firstly, because things will back up. You know, if the plastic backs up, then we should have a higher throughput of sulfur, but also because we will get more oil refining happening. So we will have more petrol available and therefore we should overbuild ready to use that, I think. I would prefer. Okay. How much light are we making in theory? 57. And 12, 69,000, so we'd be doing less than that. And I think less than that is similar to what we were making, and we know it's not enough. So we, yeah, probably gonna have to overdo it there by a large amount and get more oil refining happening in order to get the amount of rocket fuel we need to send our vulcanite, just the vulcanite around. And we're going to be adding on top of that with more of other stuff. Although again, once the vulcanite actually backs up properly, once we keep it flowing consistently long enough, it will back up. We won't need as much rocket fuel and things will balance a bit better, but still, we'll aim to overdo it. Let's start with one that we can do. So let's do L51 just to get moving. L51. Move that above the temp. This is going to be where we do plastic and sulfur together. Those recipes. I'm going to want to go in here and get the number for the coal mining. We'll have more probably. We just mine the whole patch, I guess. But at least have something to work from. And then the top level, combine the petroleum unbarreling so we know how many machines we need to do that. Should be fine. How much do we want to overdo this by? I mean, what was it again? 70,000 we have now. So about double that. Or we do 70,000 for each, and you know, let one back up. We can look at perhaps what we're using. 700 sulfur, 1,000, 2,500, about 5. Let's call that 9, 10. 12,500 maybe per minute. Yeah, if everything was running, which it isn't, but let's say in theory, that would need a lot more petrol than we currently make. But it's, you know, there's something to be said for just doing that. I think that's, yeah, too much for a pipeline. We can try and balance that, but let's say the number's around there, and yeah, we're going to have to just get more input, perhaps plastic wise, or we'll probably round down just a little. It's about 2,000, 2.5, about 5, 6 and a bit, 6 and a bit. Yep. Okay. I mean, let's call that 7 just for the sake of it. That would use up all of our petrol at the moment. I need quite a few drills, so we can probably fit them there. What's that in belts wise? Just over. Try and make it easy on ourselves. What if we just made this one belt of coal input? What's that going to be? A little bit more than 5,000. Slightly less than that. There we go. One belt of coal in is 2 belts of plastic out. 45 machines isn't a nice number for that. Maybe halve that. Or, you know, we'll round up to 46. Would be fine. Or down to 44 with one line. So 2 rows of 22 with 1 line each. But if we're doing 1 line each, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's 1 line of coal in, which is nice. Neat kind of thing. It would mean we are producing less than we are trying to consume if everything is running at full speed, which it never is. But we're going to use more plastic going forward as we make more things. So I don't think we should round down. I think we should round up and then increase our raw into it. So something like 10,800 is 2 coal lines in and 4 plastic lines out. That would be better to have more than we need. Maybe even more than that, but I mean, maybe, because we're going to need it for more stuff in the future. If we were expanding rocket part production, like if we wanted to double, we'd need to go to about 10,000. If we wanted to double it again beyond that, we'd need to go about 15,000, which is going to need a lot of petrol. But I think we should be doing that. So like 21,600. 4 lines in, 8 lines out. It's big. obviously. It can be done. If we can't fit 166 machines on that patch of coal, then we'll just deliver more coal in. But we might fit that many. Or we could do plastic production here limited by the number of drills we can get there. And have a second plastic production line in the future when we need more. That's quite a welcome idea. That we set up maybe a smaller number now, and just somewhere else we have more plastic being made in the future if we need to add more, which we will. This is 216,000 petrol, so even one more refining wouldn't be enough. Yeah. Let's go over, but not excessive. We'll go with 10,800. It's 4 lines out, 2 lines in. And more petrol than we're currently making, but an achievable number if we get a second refinery online. Probably need a third one online for adding this amount of sulfur. Though similar, why don't we look at this? So this was the number I thought we are using now if everything's moving. If we wanted to double our rocket part production, we'd need another 3,600. And a capsule production, so we'd need another like 6,000 in order to get rockets moving twice as fast, which is pretty crazy. What are we dealing with here? We don't know how much petrol fits in a pipeline. We've been going around 50,000 a minute as one line, so even like rounding up maybe to 5 pipelines. 5 belts, 5 pipelines, maybe. Let's work on that basis. We can change this to say 5 belts. And that would be 13,500, so not much more. Maybe we turn it into 6 belts and make that 6 pipelines just for the tidiness of it. It's going to be interesting. Might want to separate it out. We would need 350,000 petrol a minute, which is 5 times what we're currently making. Which seems like madness to try and set that up now, but we need a lot of sulfur, turns out. This would involve 19 machines unbarreling petrol, 3 belts of petrol barrels, so 7,000 a minute. We can't deliver that many, right? Because we're delivering 400 by 8, 3,200 per train. And the idea of delivering more than a train a minute is pretty crazy. So yeah, that's way too much. So maybe we don't combine them. Probably best. We're going to need multiple refineries, and we're going to need to not put these in the same place, I think. Let's say so. Just going to add that number there. Is it 16? Can't remember now. Take the plastic out because we're doing that. It was around that. Let's just do plastic. Let's get some drills and find out what we're limited by in that regard, just so we know. Then we can readdress the plan of attack. Actually, coal is just here, so what can we get? Not really enough there. Do that whole row. There's good. There's okay, sure. That's all going to be okay, but over here probably not as many. Not bad, some of them quite a bit. Must be like the centre of this patch. There's quite a few resources even on the edges. There's not so good, but this will be fine. Nothing up there. Out there. Yeah, not bad. And even there. Okay. But not that last one, no. Not there. There's good. Yeah, surprisingly rich here on the edges. Because they might be overlapping with that patch as well. A little bit at least. There, not so much though. But there's good. There's just going to be nothing down there really. Bit of a shame. Do we need to look at this patch? What are we up to at the moment? 119. It's not quite as many as I wanted. So let's say we do add these on. Just for a few more. There's good. So that is 127 drills. Oh, no, we're good. Not as many if I'd had doubled it again. Which should we? What should we round up? We're only currently needing 84 machines and we've got 127. So I think the thing to do is just cut back the drills that won't last very long, or as long. Keep it tidy. Go with roughly, but a few extra so that they can run out and still keep it going at full speed. So these ones over here are a bit awkward. I'm going to just remove them. This line is unbalanced, so I'm going to remove them. Those numbers are all... that one's not so good. Can we get a bigger number somewhere? Yes. There would be better than them. So that's okay. A few machines. Could we even the sides up here as well? Probably. This will leave some bits that aren't actually being mined, I guess, which is not ideal, but fine. Move that lot, just tidy up as we go. Don't accidentally remove the power poles. They will be needed. Keep that line, keep that line. This line's a little unbalanced. But there's, I mean, big numbers on the right-hand side. That's not so big. Nor that. And then it's unbalanced. Be missing on the left, so if we just live with it, then it'll be fine. I'm sending them up, that might be wrong. Let's assume it's fine. We'll deliver the petrol in the north and then that'll be fine. So if I've got 107 machines now, sure. Round this up until it says 107 drills. Around there. A little bit less than that. Did I go the wrong way? I did. 13,900, there we go. That is 2.574 belts. So 3 belts. Annoying. How are we going to round that down? We can round it down to 2.5 belts and 5. 5 belts of plastic out the end. This is requiring about 139,000. It's not ideal. We can do it, just chunk into 5 rows, maybe. Or we round down a long way down to 4, just turn that into 4 belts. That's where we were, yeah. Just squish what's here down into 2 belts and make less. Yeah. Yeah, let's let's do that. So squish this into 2 belts, but I don't know whether we want to send it up or to the right. Probably leave it for now. We'll come back and turn that into 2 belts in a bit. Let's set up the delivery of petrol in barrels. Still very tempted by that idea from the last session to move it around in liquid tanks instead. It would move a lot more per tank, per train. Still. Not currently set up to do so. Though, wouldn't be the end of the world. Here, for example, we're just delivering petrol. We know that's all we're delivering, so we could have a different setup that was just pumps. And a different setup down here that was just pumps. We'll see how it goes, and if the prediction is right and barreling it is a complete disaster for throughput, then I guess we'll try not barreling it. See what we can achieve that way. But yeah, not so confident with this, looking at the numbers of how many barrels we have to deliver in a certain time frame. I need the green wire as well there. Guess we'll see. Then I need one of the little balancers. A little bit more than that. And I don't have enough combinators on me. Let's go get some. Put back those drills that we didn't use. I think, where are our combinators? South one, I think. Drills back in here. Somewhere around here, there they are. Grab a couple stacks just for the future, I guess. That'll do. We are going to make quite a few train stations today, I suppose. Not all of them are unloading, though. That would be interesting too, actually. How do you ensure the train unloads the liquid? We'll worry about that if we ever have to do it. Don't have to worry about it at the moment. We're doing barrels of petrol here, so let's change them to say that. Copy that all along. And then I need this little bit to live at the end here. Good. Let's get them wired up too, so the red runs across the back of all of them. And greens on each warehouse. Good. Bring them together and head left, I guess, because that's towards the coal. There we go. Ah, is it one line? Yes. 0.8 of a belt of petrol barrels. 2.1,000 a minute. It's more achievable. I'd still like to do the sulfur here as well. I just don't think we can deliver the liquid in time, so that might lead to some, or a lot of wasted space, but it's the limitation we've got. 6 machines need to unbarrel. How do we want to do that? Because we're going to end up with a long belt of barrels, I guess. Or, I don't know, they should be taken away fast enough. Might be okay. Just put the machines here. Run this belt down. Across the back of them. Or do we need to load a... Probably best to Liquid out, right? That one? Yeah. Every 0.2 of a second, we're definitely going to use loaders. And we've also got to get the liquid out. That's fine, that's fine. Just move this up. Put a splitter on each. Apart from the last one. Loader into the tops. Loader out the bottoms, but not in the middle. Not in the middle, there we go. They're going to need to join together again. Or they can join together again. And that's going to head eastbound and back into the rail network for reuse. Could move it all up one, but I don't think we're really going to be pressed for space, so whatever, really. Just means our belt's not going to be as close to the edge as... whatever. Liquid can then go under. And into some kind of storage thing where they're not... tanks are not going to line up nicely. Of course not. Damn. How do we do that? Probably that way round. What am I expecting here? I think this is going to be 2 pipelines, so it's okay. We overdo the storage. If we've got 2 pipes between each section, then the throughput should be good whatever we do, however we do it. I'm just going to move them back and then wiggle them in like that. That's a lot more tanks than is necessary, I guess, although 300,000 of storage for 108,000 a minute usage could be good, actually. Could be a sensible amount. Maybe. Then I guess we're going to use our 90 chemical plants here to make the plastic and send it south. That will probably back up a long belt, but so be it. We're going to need to go and get those chemical plants and some more warehouses to make train stations with. I think that ends up about there, but not sure. 1 stack of warehouses should do. Although, you know, we're going to need some in the future, I guess. Just grab a couple. And for now, no chemical plants here. We used the last ones, I remember. We should be making them over here somewhere. Or not currently making them, I guess. Resources are not flowing. But there should be some... hopefully enough to get the job done. We're not short of much. Rocket fuel and sulfur, I think, are the things absolutely required. Let's just get this station done. Why not? This is going to take the empty barrels, put them back on the network. System thing is in at the bottom, I guess. Let's go for it. Might have been one I could copy paste for this, actually. I'm not sure we load barrels on the right hand side in many places. Usually at the bottom. Oh well. That's all good. Let's wire that up. And in, and then a little green one there. That's all good. We'll actually do the settings and stuff later when we're ready to do all of them. Then we have splitter there. One behind it comes over here. One behind that. So I am not lined up in the right place. That's like so. And the last one here. Okay. Run this line up. Don't know why that went underground, but okay. And that's there. Okay, so that's connected. It's in the right place. Vaguely ready. Do the outbound of the south when we get down there. So 90 machines across 4 lines. I don't want to round down, and I don't necessarily want to make a mess. We could do 2 rows of 45 and then halfway along uses a splitter to balance. It doesn't work well, so I'd rather do 4 rows of 23, which is a little excessive. We'll need the last machine to do half of the top, half of the bottom of the belt, which we've done elsewhere. It's doable. Actually, that doesn't make sense. If we divide it into 4 lines, yes, that does make sense. 4 lines of 23 is what I would like to go with. I'm going to pull 2 lines off of here. I guess there and there, so probably start the machines here-ish. There and there, maybe. We'll go with it. 20. Will we need a gap? No, should get the solid and the liquid in the back, solid out the front. We got space to leave a gap, so why don't we? Just in case. That gives us 92 machines from the 90 planned. I think something about that just doesn't quite make sense to me, but it should be fine. 92 machines from the 90 planned. Sure. I think. Making plastic. Could have said that before copying. Never mind. I always forget that. Can copy paste it now. And last few machines put in. Why not? Good. And we're going to want join all the liquids up. The input for the petrol. Inserters for the coal. Come along a belt there, I guess. The last bit, and then inserters to output the plastic, which with where that lines up, I think we go out the right hand side and feed in. Yep, so it's going to go this way. Alternate near and far. Yes, but the last machine is different, so might want to grab that end one. Because of where the pole is, we took the end one up that end instead. Well, which, no, is not. Didn't leave enough space, did I? Could just come out there. I don't know, coming out the middle seems better for some reason, more balanced. In which case, let's cut that lot away. And add 2 down this end. Take 1 off that end, put it that end short, and then this one needs to do half and half. So if it's outputting on far, and then splitter sends it that way, half of what it outputs goes to the far side and half to the near side. And then we've got 11 machines to the near side and 11 machines to the far side. 11.5 to the near, 11.5 to the far, which is the 23 in total, but 22.5 makes a full belt. Somehow. I don't know, it should work, it should just have an output problem. Each line should struggle to output. One of the machines should have an issue. Ultimately, the whole thing should back up, which is fine. It'll output a full line if it does so. Hopefully. That ought to be good. Let's just remove the one off the end of there. Grab all of that. Paste that into all 4 rows. Get it built in. Then we'll bring over the 2 lines of coal to split between them. Remember that. And plug the petrol in, of course. It's going to be needed. Can't reach everything. Are we going to run out? Are we going to run out of belt from the looks of it? But we are making some. I think we're making some. Unless we've run out of iron. But we have run out of steel. I remember that actually. Okay. Can just go tear something else apart to get the belt if we need, I guess. Maybe we should have prioritised making the rocket fuel first. We're going to need iron to make rocket fuel, actually. Damn. We may or may not have a problem soon. We'll see. But yeah, I'm tempted to not grab any more belt for making plastic yet. Why don't we put in the ghosts and live with it for now? We'll see. Yeah, not sure. There's a line of petrol. Do I want to pull 4 lines down? Because we've got 4 rows? I mean, like, why not? Basically. Might as well. Doesn't really make much of a difference. Those 2 down as well. That one's there. Joins up. Nice. This one comes down a little bit further. There. And then the coal, I guess. We use up what we've got of belt and then deal with it. They are there. Might as well run it like a bus, I should think. Rather than like, don't know, take 2 lines, cut them in half. Could do. If we balance them earlier, so that's, say, there. The other one, not like that. Be there. And we can balance it there just with 1 splitter because it's only 2 lines, and that should do good. Should do. So they're going to come across here, I guess. It's as good as anywhere. Just need to turn these into 2. Does it matter? Like, because we're rounding up so much, can 46 fit on one? And 61 on the other? This is where I should have installed that other mod, rate calculator. 83.1 machines fits on exactly 2 belts, so 41 points, whatever. 41 machines fit on 1 belt. That is 46, that's pretty good. The one on the left will last longer. It's even enough for our purposes. Let's bring that over. Join them there. Join them there. That's the first one. And then bring them over. Maybe join them like that. Send it next to it. That'll do the job. Good. Get rid of this junk coal. And then the other end. 4 lines, right? Yeah. So we'll bring them all out. Go down this one, that's fine. It's going to take quite a lot of belt, actually, so yeah. Would rather get iron and steel up and running again before we spend the belt making plastic, which isn't immediately required to achieve that. Balance all 4 shouldn't matter, but if the inputs are not even for any reason, this could help with the throughput out of here, potentially. Bring that all the way down. It's a lot of plastic will just sit on belts here, but you know, that's fine. We can survive that. Not sure how we're going to split that yet. It's balanced, so we should be able to just split them in half each. Let's get this station into place. Can't copy the rail itself when we do that. Good. Build all that in, Mr. Robots. And then, yeah, it should be pretty simple then. We want to split there. Then we want to split there, but offset by 1, I guess. Same again and again. It's not quite central within the poles like I like, but it gives us all 4 in a row like that. I don't want to move it closer because then the splitter will be sat over the hazard marking there, which I don't like the look of that. Rather this, yeah, that's fine. Good. So that will make our plastic. Let's give this connected. But maybe we just, yeah, don't configure this square yet. We'll come configure the deliveries and collections when we want it to go online. That makes some sense. Is that good, or am I... Sorry, I made the wrong noise. Yeah, there we go. Good, okay. That's going to consume 1.5 times the petrol that we have to make more plastic than we currently need. I'm happy with that number, actually. Pretty happy. A lot of wasted space there, but like I say, we can't really get the throughput to put anything else in. So sulfur is important. Rocket fuel also. Plan on putting the sulfur above us. Rocket fuel down here, maybe. What was the one to share with that? The fuel blocks and the rocket fuel could be done in the same place, except for the throughput issue, which is pretty severe, actually. We know rocket fuel is important, so why don't we plan for that? And why don't we assume we're going to put that into K49? Rocket fuel. Do we know, like, how much we want? I don't think we do. We know we need 100 a minute to make capsules, but the main issue is the liquid fuel that we're making, which is something like 80,000 per rocket for the current planets. It'll be higher for like our cryonite planet's going to be further away than our vulcanite one is, I think. So we'll need even more fuel. And I don't know how often we're launching, or how often we're intending to launch. We only know that we're limited to 1 per 2 minutes. And we probably will want to scale that up. But yeah, it is 80,000. So if we were launching 40,000 every minute, 40,000 liquid fuel every minute. And that's 1 solid to 50 liquid. So 800 solid rocket fuel made from light oil. That's our current capacity, I guess. What we can currently do. That's 80,000 light oil, which we're unbarreling. 1,600 a minute. That's not bad. If we doubled this, which I would like to, then we'd be needing to deliver a train load every minute, which isn't impossible. It's just very unlikely we'd be able to achieve that current setup. But it's doable, and we could risk a traffic jam to really push for it. So I say we go for that. That may also not be enough, but I think that's like approaching the actual hard limit. So if we needed more than that, we need to set up in a different location to make more of it. Or, crazy idea, 2 train stations in the same square delivering the same thing. That would increase throughput, but really increase traffic in that area. But could work. Tempting. We can't add the solid fuel blocks here as well as pushing the limits on the rocket fuel. So I think I'd rather not mix them, same as we've just done with the sulfur, not mix it and push maximum rocket fuel in one location. So if we wanted to go even further, we need 1 train station to output rocket fuel. We need 1 train station to output barrels. If we had a different setup, we could do that in the same place, but we don't at the moment. So we've got 2 free. If we can get both stations doing a train every minute, we could double this, but that seems like pushing it. So I think we go with 1.5 times. So train and a half every minute in 2 stations. Seems quite achievable. It's also exactly 40 refineries, which I love the look of. I'm good with that. We'll try that. Be interesting at least. We're also going to need to make 2.4 million oxygen per minute, which can be done. What do we get? So condensing is 30 a second, which is the fastest route there is, other than unbarreling. But I don't think we're going to barrel up oxygen somewhere else just to bring it here for this. So 889 atmospheric condensers making oxygen to feed in, and 2.4 million. If we limit to 50,000 per pipeline, we need 48 pipelines to do that. So it's kind of like 23 atmospheric condensers to 1 fuel refinery in 1 straight line. Could work if we can then do 40 lines of them, which should, if that's all we're doing in the square, other than, unbarreling the oil and... Okay, I can see this working, vaguely. Do I have enough bits and pieces on me? Need to go grab a stack of fuel refineries and as many atmospheric condensers as we can find. It should be fine. And maybe another stack of warehouses for train stations. It'll be a bit weird, but I think we can do it. There's a stack of fuel refineries. There are atmospheric condensers, so that's 100. And I need like 900. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900. Sure. Anything else? Probably going to need more pipe work. I've got a lot on me though. We'll see how far that gets. Flare stack any of it. Don't need to. Pumping any of it. Potentially. Doubt it, but potentially, so I'll take some. And then, yeah, some warehouses. I've got enough combinators, probably. That's for there, that's for there. Seems good. Let's head over there. Kind of confident with it. Oh, we do need to add some extra stages to the plan. The iron plate is coming from ingots. So we're going to need 8 machines to break them down. Oh, and they're going to need delivering in. Ooh, interesting. Okay, glad we didn't try and double it then. So one of the stations is going to deliver in oil and iron ingot. Not the end of the world. But yeah, not ideal. That's okay. We'll live with it. Here we are, anyway. Let's so the north station is going to be one that unloads both. The west station will unload the additional oil. That means that needs 2. Eastern station is going to take the empty barrels back. And southern station is going to take the finished rocket fuel everywhere it's needed. Which is a good spot, actually. That's going to be quite an efficient journey. Although that's not really the part that concerns me. Didn't bring enough loaders. Let's go get some. Didn't also bring any belt, which we do want down here. I know we didn't build in all the plastic belt, but this one we actually need up and running sooner. Didn't think of that. We just store some of them in there, make a bit of room. Go on the hunt for belt and loaders. Fingers crossed we've got some. There's a bunch of loaders. That should do us. And yes, we do have a good amount of belt. There's still some resources backed up there, so yeah, not looking like a major issue yet. Need to get this connected, need to get sulfur, I think, before we know we have all of the elements to process. You know, like the kick-starting of everything. Could be a close one, we'll see. Gone a bit too far south. Okay, there's them. Let's get the extra pole put in there and the constant combinator. Do a copy paste to one of them kind of things. This is going to be which way round? Let's go with barrel of light oil first, and then iron ingot. That is light oil barrel. That is iron ingot. Good. Copy that over. And then red wire. Missing a bit. Never mind. Do that bit, but then I need that extra combinator on that end. That's connected, so front of there to back of them, which are the pairs are connected but not to each other. Good, and then green wires. Again, they're connected already, good. And the little green wire for there. Okay. Are we going to send them different ways? Could send iron. It doesn't matter. Send them both. Don't know actually. Both to the left, I guess. But then I'd like to swap them. I think I do want them going different ways. So we want oil going that way to join the other oil that's coming from the west, or will be coming from the west. That's going to be the first one on this side. And the iron will be going this way, only to turn around and be broken down. It's a bit pointless, actually. Let's send it left. More consistent. That's fine. Can I copy that lot? Kind of, yeah. Fine, but that's the last one, so tidy that up a bit. Good. Should be good. So this is just going to... one more. Come down to a bunch of machines here. 8 machines. Turning iron ingots to iron plates. And this is creating 0.889 of a belt. Okay, so one belt, but we need to alternate which side of the belt they drop on. The input is there, nice and simple. Good. There's the iron plate involved in the process, and then... No, do we bring this underneath? I guess we just do it on the left-hand side here. Wherever, basically. 13 machines for unbarreling. Which is, yeah, going to create a belt of empty barrels. That's okay. We'll put it here. Interesting. What is this actually? This is 2 belts of barrels are turning into 2 belts of empty barrels. And I want to do like 5 lines of light oil maybe. 4 could be enough. Should look it up, shouldn't I? What fits in a pipe? If there is a simple answer, it might be one of those things that doesn't have a simple answer. Blah, 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 blah. Depends on how long the pipeline is. Right. But... if we're aiming for 75... Well, if we're aiming for 240,000 a minute, we need 4,000 a second. That can only be achieved if there are 2 bits of pipe between every pump. Okay. If we aim, in this case, for 4 pipelines, we could do that as long as there's a maximum of 200 pieces of pipe between every pump. I'm just going to favourite that, bookmark that page. There we go. It's on the official wiki. It tells you how many bits of pipe you can put between a pump and what limit that has. 200 is unlikely to have that many bits of pipe in this, so 4 pipelines will be okay. If we were to do, like, separate these machines into 4s, just for my brain, not 4s, 4 sections, which we're going to need to round up a lot to do that, aren't we? It is 4 4s. Which is, yeah, it is rounding up a lot. But, you know, it's not really an issue. It'll back up and it won't cause us any problems. And we could divide the input then. Have a full belt coming from the top and a full belt coming from below. Going into 8 machines each. Does limit it if one of the stations is moving faster than the other for some reason. Which could be a problem, so it's probably safer to combine them. Although, you know, in this case, neater not to. Can run the second one over, join them into 2 belts, and then split them again. Or get very messy with it. No, because it has to be loaders for the speed of it. Which is going to be very awkward if we... yeah. So yeah, we'd need to bring the other line over here. Have the 2 lines. So that'd come in from there, I guess. And then... have the 2 lines. That would run through all of them and all of them. That being the last one. That then does the same deal, but over here. I run out of splitters. I have. How annoying. But fine, there we go. They would go like that. It just ensures, yeah, if one of them's less open than the other, then the liquid is spread out more, which I don't think that really matters. Because the liquid's just going to be combined together after it's been pumped out of these. It's fine. We'll do that. It is probably best. It's, you know, 100 extra belt spent to get it done nicely. I need splitters to carry on. Let's just go grab some quick and then we'll make the train station in the west and plug that into that bit, then put in the actual rocket fuel making section. And do the output train station as well. Output train stations. 8, 16, 24. I've got enough warehouses just. Let's get a whole bunch of splitters. That will probably be enough for a while. I'm a bit low on undergrounds as well. Let's just, while we're here, find where we make those. Grab what we can. Good. 1 square down. Here we are. Any missing splitters put in. Go on this way. Oh, this is very similar to something we've just done, isn't it? Kind of, if it'll rotate. Kind of not. Flip and rotate, will that line up? No. Yeah, but... no, not really. Never mind. Let's just grab 1 warehouse from there. That end one. That will help at least. That goes there. No, where have I put that? Too far up here. Try that again, but in the right square. That's more like it. The one where I'm stood in the way. Good. That's that bit connected as well. Grab all of that, and that can be put in 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. We go. They're individually wired up, but the red one's a bit wrong. Let's put this in down here and then we'll fix that. Be the one where it is connected to the pole, so we'll remove that and wire them all together. Wire them all together. And last bit into the train station. Good. Northbound, yeah, so put them in. Run this north to meet the one heading east. There we go. That'll bring both lots of barreled up light oil over. So the recipe on these to empty out those barrels. Then we're going to want loaders there. It's 2 lines coming out as well. So that's fine, kind of. But here we're then going to want to send that outwards before that happens. That's fine. Copy all that. Then at this point have a splitter beforehand, like that, which is prioritizing right. And they, you know, they'll combine in whatever way they combine, it's fine. But we'll have 2 lines of empty barrels. This does not line up nicely. I think I'd just like to move that down 1. We can just keep these going. Send that belt underneath them. See how far this belt we've got takes us. We don't run too fast for the robots. That'll be similar to the other one. I guess it'll stop the last light coloured square, maybe. We'll do that for now. Just come down and put this train station in. Just not abandon our robots. And this is pretty much the same as the one we did. It's just taking empty barrels away. Grab all of that. Get the right square. Where am I? Over here. That goes there. But it'll be 2 lines wide. Was there an underground there? Is there an underground up here? Yes. Brilliant. That won't work. Fix that when we fly over, I guess. When we fill the missing belt in, I suppose, will be an opportunity for fixing that. But there we go. That's train station. It's all wired up. Yep, looks good. That's the 2 lines that we'll be running here. Ooh, not there. Put that in there. Good. So we've got the inbound there, the inbound there, the outbound there. Now we need to do our 40 rows of actual production. Also need to actually take the output of these. We're going to do similar to before. Again, it's going to be perhaps an overkill amount of storage, but that's fine, really. I don't see it being an issue. Copy all that. Can I? Kind of, yeah. Almost. Should be fine. Oh, it looks like I'm going to run out of storage tanks. Could have seen that coming. But that creates our 4 lines, I guess. We can connect them. Again, no reason not to, I don't think. Theoretically extends the length, I guess, between the source and the destination. So you might want like a pump that pumps in and out, balanced but with a pump to increase the pressure. That might be a thing. Seems like a thing. I guess we'll just kind of see how it works without, to be honest. For now. I think we'll pump out of these storages into the stuff, though. That would probably fix it. Down here, I guess. So each row is one fuel refinery. Leave a little gap. Which is doing solid rocket fuel production. And what was the number? So 889 over 40. 23 atmospheric condensers. There they are. How are we going to do this? We'll line it up somehow, don't we, really? Could bring it down. That could be okay. Use the top output. Sure. How does that fit with the next one down? Fine, probably. Just. Like it just won't overlap. These are making oxygen. Do we want them that close? Might as well be. Doesn't really matter. They're just having like an input and output. How fast are they going? Every second. One item every second. That'll be fine like that. Like that. So in and out. Somehow deal with the belts in a bit. But that's fine for the oxygen. Yeah, then we just put that and that. Join that into the machine, and then we need the light fuel to come in this side, which 40 machines with 4 lines. Every 10th row we pull from a different one, so this is going to have a pump coming off the corner and it goes into the first 10 rows. Then the next one probably pump it across and bring it down here rather than all the way over here. I should think, unless we... Yeah, probably. Have to see how that goes. Like, pipe it across and then pump it down from here. No. Might take from the middles as well. That's fine. We'll go from... So uncertain about it. We'll go from the bottom right tank, but I think it'll be okay. And then this will be... like there, there, and there. Ends up spaced quite nicely. So that'll be there, there, and there. And that's where I want to put the pump. There, there, and there. Bigger power pole for that there. They're heading a long way down. So here, extending this, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Not sure about this. 15, 20, what was it? I've forgotten already. 23. Which just fits nicely. Good. 23 condensers to 1 refinery. Did I want to put a storage tank on them? Probably unnecessary. The amount stored in the pipe should be okay for the input here. How fast is this? Every 10 seconds, storing 900. So 3 cycles in each machine. That should be okay without a tank, I'm imagining. Let's copy that whole row then. So 1, 2. Copy the whole lot of that. Trying to line it up in the dark is probably a mistake. There we go. 4, 6, 8, and 10. Concerned about that fitting. Very concerned, actually. I don't think we'll fit 4 like that. Gonna have to do something weird here. There's 10. It's close. Might as well put them in. It's 20. 30. No. There's 2 rows at the bottom to fit the station in, which we could fit up here if we move other things around. Yeah, definitely. Might make the input for the first row a bit odd, yeah. So we'd rather put one at the top and one at the bottom. But that, I don't think it looked like it was going to allow space for the station. Not that you need much. Let's have a look again. If we did 9 of them, would we fit a station there? Not. No, I don't think we would. Don't think we would. So yeah, we need to fit 2. Okay. So this needs to move entirely. We could go over the right hand side here. It's a thought I had initially. Turn some things around to do it. It can go there. Or even there. Sure. I think. We'll fix that input in a second. Tear this out. Pull that out of the way. Yeah, turn this around. Best we can. Join there. 1 will do the job. And the last one joins there. So it's a full line on the outside, but it's taking it off the inside, which should work as long as it's not like exactly a belt. Yeah, it's 0.9 of a belt-ish. So I'd be confident that that'll happen okay. It'll feed the outside to the inside. And it's a little unnecessary, but fine. Could do these different to move it 1 closer. Tempting, but inconsistent with the rest of the world, so I think we'll do that. The other thing is just move this 1 away, which there's plenty of space to do, and then wiggle it over there. Yeah, it's perhaps better. There. So this is the iron line, which is needed for all of this, somewhere, somehow. Could run the iron on the right. Is it 1 line? Am I crazy here? It is. Oh, and that's way less, of course, because that's ingots. So I could just run down here. Change that to insert from this side with a bigger power pole there, let's say. Doesn't particularly matter at the moment. We'll work it out and juggle the bits around. And the output on the left is fine. Again, it can just be a belt that heads down. Could do that. But we do need to. So 8 rows at the bottom, which we think is just enough room at the bottom. We've got all this space on the left hand side. You know, we could put a few rows rotated over here, which again would just be a little inconsistent perhaps. So I prefer this. 1 giant block of oxygen condensation or whatever. Bit crazy. So upgrading that pole, take that out. That'll head down, that'll head down. How many belts output is this? 0.9 as well. Interesting. So yeah, we need to alternate those rows. Okay. Let me strip out the first column. And then we paste that much ish, somewhere around there. But not overlapping. Okay, so if I take all 4, I can overlap. And get kind of lost on what I have and haven't done. This is the first bit where there was some built and some not. Let's get that tidied up and then I can copy paste it all the way down where there's nothing that will line up fine. How many have I got now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Medium pole there to measure everything that's there. There's a little bit of belt missing, but that helpfully tells us where the 10s are. Is that right? No, that's right. Did I get them in the wrong place? No, they're good. Check the pipes are lined up the whole way. Yeah, looks fine. Looks good. Okay, so first 10 are lining up to that spot. There's some weirdness at the top here. But not that spot. That's wrong. It's over here. Except for that one, which is a bit weird. Okay. Like that. Okay, they're wrong. Let's just take them away. And then, other than the power pole, that's right. There's the 10. Okay. Good, I hope. Should be okay, I hope. This one could just plug it into the tank because it's so much closer. Otherwise we've got a bit of a wiggle, I guess. Move that down one. Bring that over. Could flip it. Then it would make the oxygen a bit weird. Go with putting that there and little zigzag to get it in. That's fine. Good. If I then copy, not really going to line up well. I'm going to copy like a few of them. Whatever that is, 7 of them. Not ideal. Oh, and the poles are misaligned. Not so helpful. Okay. Try a different approach then. So from here, it's now one further back. Like that and that much I can copy successfully. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 10. Nope. There. Cut that last bit. Might as well join them up because we know where it is now. And that is not too far. Good. Do them as well. Just got to connect the actual top bit into the pump. And that is connected. Good. Let's bring the other ones down while we're here doing it. And further and further. Although, should be able to just take all 10 this time because there's no poles in the way. Line them up with the next ones, so that's there. Yeah, I hope. And this lot from there, which are just going to need bringing down as well as the last row or column or whatever. There we go, that'll connect them. That should connect our light oil pipelines in. That's the last. Don't know why it's missing an inserter. Bit concerning. That's the last input of iron. Here is where this comes out. Into a train station that looks a lot like this one. No. More like that one. No. Yeah, like this one. This one's fine. Just need to change the settings, maybe. Maybe not, actually. It's just a provider of stuff to Network 1. Is that what that says? Don't know. Won't let me click on it. Oh, it hasn't been built yet. Yeah, provider of stuff to Network 1, that's fine. Doesn't line up particularly nicely at this end. Which we could rotate it. Maybe. Somehow. Right. One to the right would be better. It's a bit of a shame. Yeah. What we can do, if we take that away. That one into there, that one to there, and that under the pole. Line still goes into the first splitter, split in half. It's fine. It'll do the job right. A little messier than usual, but fine. Keeps it lined up at least. Okay. Am I going to have enough pipe to finish this off? Probably this end, but probably not all the connections to all the condensers. It's like 900 of them, so I need at least 900 pipe, yeah. Sure. Not bad going though. I just need to find some iron to feed into the system because there's no... I don't think there's any iron ingots left in the station. There weren't steel. Could be iron. Where is iron? Oh, it's this one, isn't it? Oh, there's a lot of iron. Okay. Just the steel that's an issue at the moment then. Should be fine then. To start launching a few rockets, we just need the sulfur to make more rocket parts and capsules and whatever. But if there's some of them buffered in the system and we get a couple of rockets flying, that'll get some vulcanite back, that'll get some other things being produced again, like the steel. It could happen. But we'll need the sulfur pretty quick anyway, and that's not reliant on the vulcanite to do. It's just going to need more petroleum than we're currently refining. Which isn't too much of an issue. We need to get some storage tanks. Let's build in what we can of all this. Then we'll need more pipe, more storage tanks. We can go get them. And we're going to need to bring them out of the storage. Also going to need more power in my backpack for the robots. We are about to die. Let's just head up to a Tesla coil. Or 3. Oh, no station supplying lots of things, yes. LPN, thank you for letting us know. %, ticking up. Oh, I also need some rocket fuel for my jetpack. Interesting. Yeah, we might need to grab a different kind of fuel temporarily. Keep us moving. If we can catch a passing train or something. We'll soon have some more rocket fuel for our jetpack, but not quite at the moment. I mean, there's a bunch of these are actually ready, they just need us to set up the deliveries and it would make something, right? isn't bad. Why don't we do that? Yeah, I mean, some of them don't have the tanks connected, but there are pipelines that are connected and there are machines, so, I mean, why not? Set these stations up. So they're going to be requesters on network 1. And they want... well, this one wants some iron ingot, which we put at 8,000. Negative 8,000. And so barrels of light oil we'd normally put at 1,600, but we're going to want a bigger buffer if we can get away with it. Encourage more trains. So let's say add another train load. 4,800? No. Math. 4,800's wrong. Okay. Fine. Let's try limiting to 2 trains, not 1. And see how it goes. Because, I mean, we've got an area they can wait in. But depending on the angle they approach from, they could block a route for another train approaching from the same or similar angle. Which only means that that second train will have to go down a square and across. The impact of that is big in our network because of the length of every section is excessive. I would not recommend making trains that are 10 units long if you're building something like this. It's too long. We can also set this one up. Why not? In links, let's go with 2 trains as well. Requester of light oil barrels at negative 4,800. And it's on network 1. Should be available. No station supplying light oil barrel. No station supplying light oil barrel. Not expecting that. It's because this station is also limited to 1. So we limit that to 2, then they can dispatch the second train immediately. Or faster. We'll see about that. We're just going to need a second refinery as well, a source of light oil. A second one. Iron is here. But it would appear that every other machine is missing an inserter. Nice. Let's get that fixed. Me and my usual copy-pasting the wrong thing. Oh, there's actually some rocket fuel appearing on the left-hand side. Very nice. Love to see it. Good. And an absolute ton of empty barrels. Which is correct. Input from here is good. I mean, they're not connected, that's why. When we get the missing tanks in it, the throughput could present the issue. Out of most pipe now, so we'll just get the condensers put into place, I guess, and then come back over with pipe. Free up some inventory space if we get them put in. Yeah, whatever. These things usually take a handful of trips with various things to get built. While we're doing all this, ought to set this one up as well. Or we're going to back up on empty barrels pretty quickly. So this is... should we allow... yeah, let's allow 2 trains everywhere and just see what happens, I guess. This is a provider. But it's on network 2. because it's returning used things. Not that I don't know, they could still just take those barrels and take them somewhere for use. It's just about ensuring they move away from here. You know, fast enough, because they're coming in here pretty damn fast. In fact, in 2 belts. Did I do 2 belts? Can't even remember now. Must have. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Not quite 2 belts of throughput yet, but it's going to be interesting, actually. I didn't consider that when I was considering how much can we load in. Can we get it loaded in quick enough? We also need to take the empty barrels away fast enough for the whole thing to process. So this station where they're coming back, that needs to accept multiple trains as well. Maybe 2's not going to be enough. We might need multiple. So the square down here where we're reusing the barrels might need all 3 delivery points for empty barrels, rather than just the 1, just to keep things moving. Possibly, don't know. Guess we'll just wait and see what complains. It's that thing again, we're going to have issues for a while where the buffers are all empty and the numbers are all so big. Things are going to look like they just don't work, and then eventually those buffers just fill up, hit their limits because they're not being consumed out the other end. And we discover what our throughput actually is, and turns out we have no problem at all. I mean, the scale of this is pretty ridiculous for when we rebuild the science. I'm only aiming for like 60 a minute. It's not a lot. Last column of condensers. Then we'll go grab them pipes that we're missing. Seems to be clearing them away okay. Barrels. I didn't bring enough condensers. Why is that? Have I miscounted at some point? There's 920 needed. 890 was the minimum, so that's okay. I picked up 900. I guess not. Missed a stack? Never mind, we'll go back and get some. No big deal. Before we fly anywhere, can we steal some rocket fuel? We can. Wonderful. Keep our jetpack going. Does that mean that rockets are launching? I guess it was the first thing that's missing, but by now it's probably not the only thing that was missing. Take a quick look once we've landed. That one that would take the fuel away doesn't have enough sections, which, I mean, these are ready to launch, but I guess the other end doesn't need them, it needs the fuel. Northeaster here. No, this needs rocket sections. Okay. The rocket section delivery is clear. Am I crazy? Did I miss something? The rocket is not full. The rocket section needs to be full to launch. And this one needs rockets. So the issue is we're not making rocket sections, which is down to a shortage of copper and something else. Sulfur. Sure. Known issues. Deal with the sulfur. Connect everything, flip everything over so it's not requesting plates but requests ingots, and then we'll be up and running, I think. But we'll do the sulfur first. After we've finished what we're in the middle of, let's get tanks of storage. And then pipe's going to be over here somewhere. Around here. Let's get some above ground. And lots of underground. This has stopped because we're not getting iron here. Going to take all of that. And then we're going to get the iron flowing here. So that we've got more pipe just in case. It's now important. So why does that do that? I'm going to cut all of that away. That's going to run there. And then the iron line will run here. Under there. No, not under there. Through there and into there. It's all of that not being used. The outputs here. That there. And they're not needed. So that's the steel output. Those are the 3 iron outputs, which should be all good. So we just need to move. No, not much. Cut all this back. Tidy it up when we get to the station. Well, it can't move in. It's already the closest it can be, so yeah, we're just stripping the outside off. Fine. Fill those gaps. Still on the fence about leaving those iron plates on the unused edges. It's going to cause a bit of a mess at some point, I think, but it's fine. Less wastage, really. What's the other thing missing here? Oh, it's still requesting steel. No, that's... yeah. It's requesting steel ingots, but I didn't change the filters. Okay. My bad. Let's change the iron plate request to iron ingot 8,000. Then let's change all the filters, I guess. Change that to iron, that to steel, that to iron, that to steel. And copy paste that onto all the warehouses. Good, be good. So the steel ingots are coming out now. And they are lined up to go in and be split down, and then the iron's going to be delivered in. It's going to split down and it'll start making pipe again. So next time we need pipe, there'll actually be some, rather than it's just stealing all of it for now. Avoid those blueprints, but fix that one. Well done, Mr. Robot. There we go. Head back down to the rocket fuel one, get that properly finished. Work out where we're going to do sulfur. Probably in the northern one. Leaves us with a bit of a unknown about where we're going to do lubricant and solid fuel blocks. Neither of which is particularly a priority. I guess lubricant next. Solid fuel blocks at some point. Very close to the point where we need to just add more squares to our grid of rail stuff. I forgot to get more condensers. Never mind. So it could be fine. Just expand. Need to expand to another oil well we can refine everything at. We are definitely going to need more. Yeah, interesting still. Get all these built in and then remember to go get more condensers. Or, you know, some of these. Not even sure I got enough pipe. Probably did. because we've built a lot of it already, but it is 1,800 pieces of underground pipe here. Sure, it's fine. Yeah, he's wondering whether we need to have a pump in the middle of each line to get the oxygen over to the machine at the start. Don't think we do. Especially as they're not, I guess they're not making that much. Was it 30 a second across 20 machines? Not a huge amount. Done all those rows. Get my marker out. See how far we're covering. Hard to tell how much we've done and how much we haven't. I think I'm just going to go not stare at it too much. Great thing about building in perfect squares is how crazy it turns my eyes when I stare at them. Looks like the bots are doing okay though, might need a recharge of our backpack soon. Vaguely able to tell which ones are still blueprints and not run off too quickly. Although not a big deal, I guess. It's not like we need 100% throughput here. Probably accidentally fix anything we've missed in the future. Those ones are done. So it's this column here, and one more to do. Which might be mostly done because it's at the beginning. No, a few missing there. Okay, so we do need to go up again after this one. Looks like all of them should have just enough power to do it. Is that everything? Looks like it. Good. Finish this column, then go get the missing atmospheric condensers. Collect up all these. Lots of light oil there. Oh yeah, not everything's running, I guess. The robots have a recharge, why not? Come back in. Okay, let's get those condensers, finish it off properly, then just take a quick look at the throughput on it. If there's any obvious problems, which I doubt there will be. Probably some less obvious problems, but deal with them when it becomes an issue, like usual. Okay, didn't have that much left, so that's nothing really to empty there. Condensers were that one. Just grab 2 stacks, make sure we finish off, and that's fine for now. I think I'll grab some more warehouses, some more loaders ready to set up the sulfur stuff. I'm not sure really what we're going to need for that, so just know we'll need the stuff for train stations, that's for sure. We want to limit the barrels. We've done it everywhere else. They don't come and get the barrels unless there's 1,000. Which is not what I set on the one we just did. We want them to keep it clear, but coming to collect 2 is a bit pointless. And then the train just sits here waiting to get fully loaded anyway. 1,000 isn't even that many, so it'll help a little bit, I think. Why not? We have done it on all the other ones, I think. And here we are. These built in. Suck all the oxygen out of the air. Lucky that it's infinite and I don't need to start getting life support capsules here. Cool. What are we doing this end now? This belt is supposed to be 0.889 belts, and it is definitely not. This one, for example, is not getting any oxygen because there's a rogue bit of underground pipe preventing the flow. We can fix that pretty easy. There we go. So it was only going half the speed it should have. They don't really have enough light oil barrels to deliver here already. They should fill in pretty quickly and start backing up, and things will be okay for a while. Hopefully for long enough for us to get more refining happening. Should be good. They are running. That looks more like 0.9 of a belt. Maybe a little under that, but close enough that it looks okay. Iron input looking okay. Don't see any issue there. Oxygen flow in, not great. It's just the pipe though, okay. It's probably because the machine sucks in 1,000 every second. Doesn't really draw it out of the pipes. Putting a storage tank might be a good idea. Most of these have got something in them over the right hand side, so it's like drawing it in from the closer ones. But they are good. Don't know. Wouldn't be the end of the world. It's not going to do any harm to just put one there, and then we know. I mean, we know the oxygen's good anyway. We're good. It's unnecessary. We're fine there. And up here, these tanks are half full. Each of them, so it's flowing. Input does not look enough. It's not currently splitting it evenly between all of the unloading machines. Maybe we should. Because it's like backing up on this machine and there's nothing really reaching the last one, which isn't necessarily a problem. It backs up, it goes to the next machine, it's fine, just sat on the belt. Full belt in here, and the second belt is not really coming in. I think it's okay. I mean, the amount in the tanks on the output is... it's dropping. Okay. I think it's okay, though. That's just, like I say, it's just filling up the buffers. Once that's done and things start backing up all over the place here, it'll be okay. We'll be fine. The output looks like it's just one belt. Weirdly, like that half, and no other barrels are coming through. But there's space for more debarreling to be happening, so that is all good. Seemingly. And down here, the last stage, the warehouses aren't filling up, so trains must be taking them away quick enough. Good. Seems fine. Seems functional. Just barely fit there, but all good. There we have rocket fuel up and running. Okay, next is sulfur. She's going to draw even more petrol out of existence, which could be interesting actually. Just to check over here. Yeah, there's like no light oil here being barreled, which means there's none being cracked, but there's still like, we're not using the petrol yet. Or the heavy oil. Interesting that that's kind of so empty. Is there an issue on the outputs here? Yeah, but we're not flaring quick enough. Why not? Need to get into satellite mode to look at all those informations. We're not clearing out the excess of petrol fast enough to keep the other materials flowing. In fact, we're not flaring them at all. Should be doing if there's 395 within that network. I didn't put a reader anywhere. Let's just feed that to that pole. There's 394. I guess the tank doesn't hold 25,000 ever. So if we have 24,000 by 16, 24,000 by 16, 384, 384, might still round that up. Was this at 394? It is reached 394. Still. What is 24,500 by 16? 392. Let's go with that. Let's go with 392,000. To both of them. They should all be flaring now. They are. Every now and then, sure. But it means that the outputs on these are not blocked. Good. We should get some use for that petrol, so it stop flaring it and actually put it to use. But for now, it should be flared like that. That's fine. We are going to head northbound because there's an empty square available there. It's a bit of a long journey to bring all the petrol, but you know, that's always going to be an issue. We can do a bit of a refining at a patch in the north here to speed it up, I guess. Maybe this one here, 43 million oil off to the west. There's this one at the north here that's got like 2 patches that will be in the same square. Not sure there's even enough space in that square left for the refining of it, but we can try. That should make a whole bunch of different oil products. In any case, we're going to move sulfur, which we put at 16,000 into, what is this? L52. Sulfur at 16,000. Using that recipe. Which still seems like massive overkill. As in, we're never going to get that much petrol. But, whatever. Could round it up a bit to get to 6 belts. Divide things out a bit evenly. We know 240,000 can be done in 4 pipelines if the distances are okay. And you use a few pumps here and there, maybe. All pipelines in, 6 belts out, or we go bigger. I want to see unbarreling. 2 full belts of barrels. This is the same amount of petrol as we've just done light oil. So on the basis of having 2 stations unloading, which is the maximum, and then any more than that, we have the issue of getting the empty barrels away quick enough. I think this is the highest we go. Maybe rounding it up, because it's really close to 6 belts. Yeah, 16,200. Let's go with that. Still just use 4 pipelines, 6 belts out. 135 machines. So that's rows of 22.5 again. Damn halves. 23 machines, and the last one has to bow. It's fine. It's very similar to the plastic as well. The numbers are all quite similar, which is nice. Doesn't really help the way my brain works, but it's nice. It could just be because I'm constantly confused by all this, you know. This would be 13 machines unloading the barrels, which is fine because we'll probably do what we just did and make 16 machines doing it. There's more reason to unload them evenly or slightly differently. We can look at that when we do this one. But same concept, I think. We're going to deliver in petrol in the north and the west. We're going to take empty barrels out in the east, and we're going to take sulfur away in the south. There's no iron to deal with. We just need to deal with the water pumping, which is going to be 4 offshore pumps. That's a lot. We're going to do 6 belts out rather than 1 belt out, which is different. Kind of difficult as well. Going to need a weird balancer for that. We can just do 8 to 8. 2 inputs empty. 22.5 in a row. So it's not going to be too big. It's not going to... Yeah, seems fine. Okay, in my head, this is going to work fine. Let's grab this slot. But not the requester because it's already set up for light oil. Let's grab all of that. That'll be a good start up here. I'll put in that pole and that constant combinator. Might as well join them up while we're here. Good. Change these. It's going to be... No. Barrels of petrol. I thought I copied this one. I did. And the filters are set wrong. That could explain why that belt was empty. Let's fix that in satellite mode. Copied them and then didn't change. Yeah, no big deal. Barrel of light oil. There we go. They should start, unloading balanced. Empty one unloaded first, so it's balancing out from the others. Lovely. And that line will join in because this is empty. Interesting. That's because there aren't enough barrels of light oil to deliver a full load, I guess. Which is fine. Up here it can stay as petrol barrel. That's fine. Good. Get this built. All good. Yeah. Get the robots back in. Take this up northwards. It's probably going to go across in that line. Find out. And the station in the north is going to be pretty much the same as the one here. Which is not set, so I can grab the entire thing. Yeah, just one line of petrol barrels, it's the same thing. Cool. Get that built in too. I like it when we can do most of the work by copy-pasting what we've already done. It helps if what we've done is correct, but which isn't always the case, but still. Might run out of deciders pretty soon. Should be okay for now. Good, that's all there. Just let the robots back in. Then we're going to want pretty much the same unloading thing as here, though I might adjust it slightly. So we'll grab that much. Try and line that up. Yep, no, there was right. They'll load in there, and then this will be the line coming in from the other train station. This recipe will need changing because they're unbarreling petrol here. That's all good. Have I run out? Yeah, I've run out of assembly machines. I can build a bit more and then I'll just go grab those. Keep actually building as we go so I don't miss something or get confused by something. And we're closer up here, I guess, just slightly to the east to get some more. Oh, unless there's none in the boxes over here. Can't remember. Yep, there they are. Good. Grab that stack. That'll do for now. Oh, although, what do I need as well? 135 chemical plants. Why don't I grab them while I'm here? I'm going to round up, aren't I? So a bit more than that. Because they're not here. That's why I don't want them there. I will grab them where they are. Somewhere around here. There. So that's 140, 50. Should be enough for rounding up a little. Be that again. Set them to the right recipe. And then, yeah, what I wanted to do was cut them and move them down. And that one. The splitter there. Each case. So that's 2 belts come in. An equal amount go north and south. At this point, an equal amount go north and south as well, and are then split into 4. So this set of tanks and this set of tanks are receiving an equal number of barrels, even if they're all focused on the right-hand machine. At least each set of tanks is getting an equal amount. So to do the same here, just move all that down one, put a splitter there, tidy that up. I think that's better. And that's all good, that's all good. They've got pumps ready to send them somewhere. And we've got 2 lines of empty barrels coming this way. Just run with them for a bit. I can copy this as well, can't I? Because it's going to be the same as this lot. Settings and all. I'll line that up right. Where are they? There, and one to the right. That's perfect. Those built in. Good. Okay. Getting a lot of bits done. I'm just kind of running out of space because I've spread it out so much, so not sure what else we'll do in today's session. Want to get maybe lubricant and the solid fuel block set up. Just not sure where. We'll take a look at when this is up and running, you know. It's all good. So next stage is actually doing the process. Check that again. So it was 23 machines. 35 over 6 lines, yeah, 23 per line. Sure. But each line, so we're doing 6 lines, but we've got 4 input lines, so we need 1 1/4? 1 1/2, yeah. 2 of those lines to feed 3 lines over here. Just a little confusing, odd. It's going to leave a bit of space, I think, because we probably have it to spare. It's 23. They're making sulfur. And we do want to flip every other recipe, so I want to flip that so the petrol's together. Might then be easier to copy paste. That's all good. The petrol there, and then the water sticks out one. Petrol there, water sticks out one. Undergrounds. That's connected. So try and pump the water in the right hand side, I guess. It's a similar fashion though. It's going to be 4 pipelines into the 6 rows. So it's, if I work that out in my head, we'll be good on that front. We also want actual output, and it's going for full belts, so it needs to alternate which side it's doing, and the last one's a little different. Deal with that. Okay, copy all of that, paste that in. And yeah, the last one's a little different, so let's deal with that. Waters, let's say it's connecting from the right. Then we need a splitter there. That to the far side, so it's splitting it evenly between both sides and filling in whichever one's not as full as it should be, I guess. If it backs up. Just a bit weird, don't I? It should work. Somehow. So that's all good for one row. Output's running there. So copy paste. We want 6 of them. They fit pretty close. Can fit. Let's do that. Then I'm going to leave a gap and do the next 3. So 2 lines are going to the top and 2 lines to the bottom. We want to join this together, but with it always being 2 lines, I suppose. And of course it's not going to line up neatly no matter what I do. Let's have that. We've already got a lot of tanks, but we can do that. That's there, there, and there. I love it. What about the tanks not being lined up nicely, but that there, there, and there. And then a second row. So we're sending this line into this row. Somehow. Yeah. Just need to connect them together then, so we'd want to turn them round. Bit weird, but it's something here. That feeds into that and that into that. And then the second one doesn't quite reach. Annoying. There we go. Gonna need more pipe. Thought we would. And that runs down there and then through where they join there. And, you know, the liquid can flow in whatever direction, wherever. That's fine. But it is capable of going through 2 pipelines to get anywhere within this cluster. Then each of them is going under to there. I think that works. Other than that, it doesn't line up now. Because I flipped it. Okay. But that can't be helped because the pole is in the way. And the back one wouldn't line up. What if we move the whole thing backwards? Take all that away a second. Move the whole thing backwards and over. Flip this one. No, because then we'd be flipping that one. So that doesn't really matter. If we move that back, and so it is in line here. Move that one back in line, but also joinable with there. Then the second row be there and there, although 1.5 are being taken already. So that joining to there fits the 1.5 feeding in. I think it's okay. Just feed that in with a pipe. Don't need the other tank. Should be okay. Very weird way of doing things, I know. But it makes some sense in my head. So I think it's good for making sure enough petrol is pumped through each of these lines. The other thing we perhaps want to do is actually put a pump for each line out of this storage as well. So pump it out of that storage into this storage, which is still worth doing to encourage it forward. And then out of that storage into the usage as well. Probably unnecessary. They're not that long, but they're kind of long. I mean, let's do it. Why not? And in that case, let's copy that. And also stick it there. Except further away. There. Yeah. Just replace those missing poles. Run this way. And in line with this. That'll be there. That'll be there. Those corners in. You get to there, that should get to there, yep. And then there and there joins with that. Those corners in, that should be good. Those are still joined there. Other than we need to go get some underground pipe and do this. Seems good. Where is our output? So the belt is going to join there, which is just slightly not where we want it, but very close. So kind of good. Might build that station at the bottom first, run the belt up and so on. Lost and found. Hey, nice to see you again. Hope you're well today. How am I doing? I'm pretty good. Doing alright today. Not bad. Getting stuff built, which is always a good feeling. I'm generally having an alright day. Not too bad, at least, yeah. A bit warm, maybe. It's supposed to be very cold here at the moment, but I'm not really noticing it. Guess I don't go outside enough. Could be freezing outside for all I know. Well, I do have windows open to get some fresh air around the place. Just still feels quite warm in the house. Not complaining, because the forecast said it was going to be freezing cold. Are we missing anything here? Just need to go top up on pipe. Let these robots back in, yeah. You're doing alright, just working on a crazy task in Factorio that probably won't ever be used. That's, you know, Factorio is pretty good for that, isn't it? You'll just sink a few hours into something that makes sense at the time, and then you finish and realise it's not actually what you were looking for, or what was needed in the situation, or you just got carried away because it looked kind of pretty. Done that a few times. What can we use? This one would be the best to use. Let's copy that. And the station again, probably okay. Let's take it. Put that in there. Check those settings. Yeah, just providing to network 1, that's fine. Or we could... Oh, we did copy the other one, that's fine then. The settings on the barrel collection are probably good too. We have an 8-lane, 8-way intersection. This... Did you share a picture of this before, I think? Kind of like a star-shaped thing. You're cutting it down from 8 lane to 6, then 4, then 2. Right, so you redesign... Yeah, to make your blueprints, yeah. For each width. That's cool. So you're going to cut it down and then blueprint it and then redesign it a bit and cut it down again. I don't know. Still sounds fun. I don't think you need to have a use for it, you know? Necessarily. make it stackable to make upgrading easier. Yep, makes sense. Between each, yeah, which can be difficult with rail because of the way it aligns. We want similar to what we did before here. We're coming down in this gap unless we move everything over, which we can, but I'd rather not. So, gonna copy that weird shaped bit we did here, and do a weird shaped one here as well. Why not? There we go. Because that's going to run right there. That I don't love. Can we do that different then? No, I really don't like that. Let's do the sensible thing and run it down there, and then take the belt around like that. That is better. The belt could be an issue. This isn't one belt, is it? I've got that wrong. This is 6 belts. Each belt coming off is a full belt. Okay, we're going to have to move everything over then. And down the other end. How much of this can I undo? One step at a time? No, okay. Let's cancel and deconstruct all of that. This is going to be different as well, so we'll take that away. And yeah, we're going to need to cut. It's going to make those inputs weird. But okay, I mean, let's cut all that and move it one to the left. That's fine for now. And then move that over to line up. And here. And then this one is lined up with it there. So just do that a little bit. Yep, that's fine. Good. That means that comes out to 1, 2 there. That to there. And so on. And should be okay. I won't balance it up here, we'll just balance it down by the train station and that'll be fine, I think. Don't need to do it twice. Just run this south and then work out how we fit that down here. Could do with being further left, but I don't think that's an option. We'll see. Yeah. Could definitely do with being further left. Unless we send it to the right, put the balancer in and then turn it back around. Or feed it in vertically rather than crossways. Which could be fine. Sure. We'll see how that looks. So cut this back a bit. We'll do the balancing up a little. I mean, I don't really know how much. Let's grab one of the balancers. Or whatever they're called. Put it here somewhere. There's probably too close, so let's go with there. Could be over here. No, also too close, so let's go with there. And that needs upgrading to blues. Feed that in. Feed that in. They're no longer needed. They feed in. And the bottom 2 are empty. Which should be fine. This should just evenly divide those 6 inputs into 8 even outputs. First one over to there. Second one into there. It's a bit squid-like. but it'll do. Shame that has to move over one, but there we go. And this one to here. These ones will be a bit neater, I guess. Could we do that differently? We could do the balancing on the vertical and then feed the lines. I mean, it'd be similar, but probably better, actually. Yeah, let's try that then. Remove them ghosties. Try it at that angle, see what it looks like. I think I might prefer it. Move all that back. Cut and paste that there, because it'll be aligned. Nice. Might be a bit far back, actually. Yeah, I want that a bit closer. Cut and paste that. That's too close, so that pole there. They feed in. Those two bits are not needed. Those there, all good. And then that one all the way down and in. And so on. Yeah, that's better. Could be like within the poles, how I usually like it. Lined up. Good. That'll be the output of the sulfur. So we just need the water input. That's what I've completely forgotten. Let's just looking at the time. Could do just taking a quick break. So let's put a offshore pumps in this pool to remind me that's what I need to do as soon as I get back. So pretty good progress so far. We need to fill in the missing belt and stuff, but you know, plastic isn't a priority, so we'll fill that in later. But plastic is lined up and set up. Rocket fuel, nice big one, lined up and set up and operating. Just the input, you know, not enough oil inputs. Something we can address. And almost done on the sulfur as well. So we'll get the sulfur finished off after the break, and then we could do lubricant. I was going to say down in the southeast, but I was thinking of expanding the barrel recycling, wasn't I? I don't think we've got a good spot for it. So maybe we build a new square in after we finish with sulfur. We'll kind of feel like building one on the edge here for this crude oil. And we could get that refined and added into the numbers. I think we might do that. We'll build in the extra rail square on the edge here and refine that 65 million crude oil. Make that available as well. Then not sure we've got enough landfill, but we could fill in the gap because I'm planning on having a depot right next to there. So could do that as well if we do have enough landfill for that giant lake. We'll see. We'll work something out after the sulfur is up and running and everything's good. But first, yes, I'll just take 5 minutes to refill my drink and stretch the legs, and of course give the brain a short rest. Do the same if you've been playing as long as I have and you're able to. But yeah, let's see how it goes. I will see you guys shortly. Hello, hello. I am back. Let's get back to it then. I didn't forget. We need to get some water plugged into our sulfur. How are we going to run these lines? Could just go out past the station and up and then in, or we can go all the way over and then up. Might just go all the way over. Let's work from the other end backwards. So I'll have, I guess, a mirror of this would hopefully do what I'm after. If I like this, I'll probably like a mirror of it here. A flipped mirror. Is that right? 2 lines in and then, yeah, this way around. That's not going to line up. Oh, it is going to. Oh, not the poles. I think I line up with the pipes, and then I remove the extra poles that's just put in. Wrong one. Need a bigger power coverage because of how that lines up. Fine. And then here, similar deal, I guess. See how that goes. Rotate that. This is going to have water coming in from above, so I do want to flip. And then rotate. No. Yeah, that way around. And I'm not lined up right. I didn't copy the underground bit. That's a shame. There, I think. Yep. Good. Extra poles to be removed again. And then bigger power coverage again. That's fine. That's all good. So they're fine. So these are, yep, all good. They're all good. Could join them together. There's kind of no reason not to. I can't think of any reason. I mean, let's do that the other side as well for the petrol. Oh, because they're staggered, we can't. We can, but it doesn't make as much sense. So no, that's fine. It's fine. They'll be okay like that. But here, you know, why not? We can. I might actually just go get the pipe now. If we're going to build lots of bits at all sorts of places. And it should actually just be right here, right? All being well. Yes, loads of it too. Very nice. Iron did get delivered in good. Let's take a bunch. Don't think we actually need that much, but we'll see. I'm sure we'll find a use for it eventually. Yeah, it was nearby. Let's build in what we're missing first and then finish off plugging in the water. Be good. Yeah, haven't made any mistakes. Don't know. Check it when it's all up and running, I guess. No steel ingots, no copper plate, that's correct. It's copper ingot now. No sulfur, we're fixing that. We're getting somewhere today, it's good. Wonder if we'll launch a rocket before the session's over. Should do. Next couple of hours we should get a rocket going, I hope. Guess we'll see. Okay, that's all that. So, yeah, from this end we should have a couple of undergrounds. There. Just got to line that up. And then should be there and there, I think. That's where they'll end up. And there, can line that up, get the corner done. Bring them over and get another couple offshore pumps. Do them like that. That's some water going in. And we'll need more from the south, so we'll run these downward. Quite some distance, I guess. Ooh, not quite that. There we go. Too far, so that one can be there. That one there. That corner done. Yeah, one train going to collect 7 light oil barrels. It's definitely not enough. Oh, that should be a little further back, actually. Let's go with there and there. Down there. Yep, prefer that. Put them into them too, so that should be all of the water. We're missing a bunch of belt. Let's go grab that. I can see I'm pretty short on inserters. Might just grab a couple stacks of them while we're over here. So we've got some. Then we'll configure the petrol delivery. And that could make some sulfur. And we'll stop seeing complaints about that. Good. Belt, there it is. Just grab as much as I can fit, I guess. Yeah, generally low on a bunch of stuff. We'll be fine. I have to dump it all off. If we do make railway next, we would need space for those particular things instead. Good though, but yeah, I guess in my head we were do these things in the same square, but because of the throughput issues we haven't, and therefore we've used up more squares. We could use this one that's got the iron in. Got no immediate plan to make more iron or steel. I just feel like we're going to need to, and that's a reasonable patch to work with. There's none other nearby. Take us quite a while to expand to another good bit of iron. We could take something out with a view to moving it later. But no, I think we just... we build out somewhere. Maybe even on the right hand side there's oil there, then we could put a depot in easily there without needing landfill. Maybe. Or the one below, because I was thinking of that anyway. Could build a couple squares below. Nice if we could move the barrel recycling somewhere else, especially if I want to expand it. But there's nowhere more central for it. Does definitely look like we're going to have to make some rail next. Okay. Yeah, can't see anywhere else. And with the lithium, there's only 2 stations available there, so we could only make something that brings in a liquid. No, brings in a solid. Can't do anything that brings in a liquid because we can't get the barrels out. And this is something... I mean, there's a delivery point of stone for the lithium, so we could deliver other stuff with that. There's kind of 3 stations. So could we make the lubricant in there by delivering the heavy oil with the stone? And then making lubricant? Yeah, like we can. It's a long journey, but yeah, so's all these other ones. Might save it for something more simple, I guess. That half. I mean, we could tap these coal patches as a coal source, take away the coal source down here, and put something in this square, which is closer to that oil. Makes a lot of sense, actually. Kinda like that idea. What is that? That's 44 million coal. This is 39, so it's a little less. And that's kind of, you know, a waste of that coal patch to just cover it over. It's just the location of the coal patch prevents us using that train station for anything. Unless we can get clever here. Cut away some of the drills. Could do. Cut away some of the drills, feed that coal into the edge, and then we've got 3 stations to do something else in. Also tempting. We only need to do lubricant to have everything available again to switch everything on, you know, so to speak. Don't know. We could just go around changing all the settings next. I'd kind of like to do that. Getting everything reconfigured properly now would be nice. Here we want to start requesting barrels of petroleum. We'll go with 2 trains again. So request a barrel of petroleum. It's kind of purpley colour, yep. And 4800 like we have everywhere else. That should be on network 1. And then those settings are the same up here because we don't need any iron delivering this time. But they're not going to find any petrol for that second delivery. We need to change the settings like we did for the oil. Might as well do it for the heavy oil too while we're here. Change max trains to 2. Done that there. Down here, max trains to 2. I think we already did for the barrel deliveries, didn't we? Because we saw that last time, so we've made that 2 already. Not that it looks necessary anymore, but we're starting to take more things away, so there we go. Should be good. Just like to see one of those deliveries arrive, or a couple of those deliveries arrive maybe. Things are moving. 048 South is allowing few empty barrels to move. Where is 048 South? That is not an empty barrel station. I may have misread that. Oh no, it is. This is 048 South. No, 051. So down 2, 3. Oh, it's the fresh ones. Okay. Why did it say it's only letting? No idea. Might as well make that 2 trains though. It's got plenty of barrels there. Somewhere requested barrels prematurely. No, I know what it was. The threshold's at 4800. They got to 4810, so they to 4790. So they requested 10 more. So it went and got 10 more, which, in the way we have things, means it went and got an entire train full. But that is fine. Okay, barrels of petrol are moving all over the place. Split evenly there, and then evenly there, and then not evenly down here. And then evenly there, but yep, all good. Many empty barrels come out the other end. And petrol is building up in the tanks, which is a good thing, I guess. Pumped out into these where it is not building up. But these ones are. They are not connected by 1 square. That's better. So those are running down, I guess, now. Those are not getting a lot. There's quite a lot up here, but not making it to the second tanks. They are connected. These are just not a lot in them. It's kind of pushing them through. I guess there's a lot in the back row, but it takes time to move that to the front row and then pump it out. So the back corner should have more sat in it as it feeds through, and the front one is empty, so Could do with going faster. But still. The output here is not good. It should be a full belt, but it's missing a tiny little gap every now and then. Don't know what is causing that. It should work its way out in that this inserter should have 6 items in it. It forces in what it can. And then there's a gap there. It means... don't know what it means. I mean, it's not a full belt, but I don't... it's like such a fractional bit that's missing. I don't really care. This line is much more empty, so that feels like there's something wrong here. And that's not enough petrol is making it to the bottom corner. Assume the same here. Yeah, water's good. It's sufficient and improving, but not really there. Okay. Not enough petrol, which is unexpected because we've overdone the unbarreling. We should have a lot more petrol than we need, unless there's a throughput issue, but there isn't. I mean, this bottom corner tank has 3,000 petrol in. This bottom corner tank has 20. So these guys are not unloading as much petrol as these guys, or this line is drawing more out. It shouldn't be the case. In each cluster the top row appears equally full. Though it also does look like this is improving. Might just be taking some time to build itself up, work its way out. And ultimately this is going to back its way up and the whole system will be fully backed up and then it will flow better. So I think it's fine. It's good enough. There is a train here collecting sulfur already, which is excellent. Presumably going to go take that to make some rocket parts or something. Why don't we fill in the missing gaps here while we're nearby and holding some belt. Do just a little bit of tidying up for a while. I'm not particularly keen to build the rail sections on stream because it's extremely boring. I prefer to just do that between streams because you just throw a giant blueprint down and let the robots do the whole thing. But we can if that's what we need to do next. But we do have a lot of, filling this in and then going around and changing all the stations that are currently requesting copper and iron plate to be requesting ingots instead, because we haven't amended that yet. So, it's all good. Still constructive things to do. There's certainly a lot more of my usual prep work to do between sessions before the next one. We'll tidy up some other things like rare metals and the stone stuff. That's to come soon as well, so we will get that kind of prepared, and then some extra squares are going to be needed to build all that in, I suppose. I'm going to spread that out as well. I'd like to do glass and silicon in a different squares to one another. Have the stone delivered to each of them. Might be unnecessary or overkill. Don't think there's anything wrong with it at the moment, but still. Getting everything scaled up and overhauled. I'm not sure we've got enough belt to do this. Be worrying. While we're building that in, why don't we get this set up? We also need petrol delivering here. It's going to be just the one delivery point in this square. Petrol in. Set up the barrels out as well. Copy and paste that. Then in the bottom, copy paste that as well. And it's all good as long as we... As long as we can get enough petrol delivered here on that one delivery point, which I do think we can. And again, we could trim back some of the drills here to get more petrol delivered. And we could get coal delivered as well if needs be. I am out of belt. Let's go get some more. Should be more available. Should be good. Fingers crossed. There's no petrol available. That's not entirely surprising. Just a bit unfortunate. Here we are. Yeah, grab all I can. It's fine. Still working away. No light oil available. Maybe that's the priority then. Yeah. It'll get there. I don't think that sulfur will take long to build up in storage. I mean, what will we be making? 16,000 a minute? Shouldn't take too long to fill in. Still need solid fuel and lubricant. And more oil and then rare metals, stone brick, glass, and silicon. Many of those have a way of introducing vulcanite blocks to improve the efficiency, so we'll actually be doing like a new layout for many of them. That's all good. Somewhere collecting, so 48 south, 48 south. Oh, 48 south. That's new empty barrels going places. Yeah, okay. Cool. And then 51 east has got used ones to go back. 51 east to 48 east. Yeah, that's right. So they'll be going back there, which is being unloaded. The buffers here are full. Okay. That will need expanding then. It's okay because there's room at this end, but that's not enough of a buffer for the reusing ones. So we just, we'll increase that chain of warehouses over and over again. It's no big deal. Let's head around then. We're here. Let's change all the settings. So currently requesting 16,000 iron plate. Should start requesting 8,000 iron ingot. This is going to burn through a lot of our ingots, I guess. We're going to come and fill the storage in here. Might be a bad idea. How are we doing for rocket parts? Let's start there. That's the big brain. Let's go set the rocket parts to request copper ingots, because then they can actually start producing them. So here we're going to change copper plate to copper ingot. And here somewhere. This right? What's this? Oh, this is the capsules first. That's why everything looks so small. One line should be there. It's running into there. 2 lines from here. Run out again. Oh, that ought to go under. Not sure I did that before. Never mind. Oops. Keeping that line. The robots do it. Do we want to change that? Kind of fine, just looks a bit odd, like it should have a gap like that. Other than that, it's fine. Strip this back as it's only going to be 1 line now. Good, and then change the filters now that we're ready for copper ingots, which we don't have. Okay. We might put the building of more things on hold for a second while I work out how we're actually going to get some copper ingots. Like a good number. Let's set up the deliveries here for the rocket sections. Not spread them to anywhere else, and then work out how we're going to get some. Change that, then come down to where they're going. Just more like the size it should be. Cut all that away. Feed these in. That's the copper. Then we're going to have one. Yeah. That's iron in. Okay, so that's the one copper in. Cut these unnecessary lines back now. I need to manually take a rocket ride somewhere. Not sure. I've got sulfur now, so we... Oh, inventory full. If we've got sulfur, we've got sulfuric acid. It's one part of the picture we were missing. And we need pyroflux, so vulcanite blocks, which I'm going to assume we've run out of because there's no steel. So we might want to like disable the requests elsewhere to make sure it goes to the copper first. Might not be necessary. We shall see. That's plugged in right, so just change these filters. And that's set up good for now. Okay. So copper is over here somewhere. Yep. Ore is being mined. It's not being enriched. It's not being enriched. Because the wastewater isn't flowing away? Oh my. I have... What did I do there? Copy-pasted that badly? Yeah, because we started with the iron. Okay, we need to fly up there and take a proper look then. Yeah, don't know how I've copy-pasted. I guess we lined up with the power poles and that's left the pipelines not lined up right. Okay. Good that we checked. So that should be in line with there. And that up to there. And so on. And this one is on the wrong side even. But there we go. Wastewater now flowing. Being flared, occasionally making stone, stone being disposed of. Good. Enriched copper flowing. Being spread equally. Missing the pyroflux, but otherwise in existence. Good start. Pyroflux not being produced. Sand is available. Vulcanite block is not. We need to ensure vulcanite block comes here. So one thing we could do is change this to a priority requester. Should make it come here first if we make some. I'm going to assume we're not making any because we don't have any vulcanite. We don't have any vulcanite because the rocket isn't moving. It's missing rocket parts from memory. Let's head down to the dispatch point. Take a look. We use satellite mode to check the planets. It's just to the east of us. I could just take the ones that are backed up here and force them through, you know, the buffers and remake the buffers. Prefer not to. If we can get these moving manually. So on Hephaestus, this is the rocket we want to send. It's missing some cargo sections. Therefore, we want to launch this rocket. It's got enough cargo sections and enough will be recovered that it should be able to make a journey back. And one journey back is hopefully going to be enough. The rocket fuel's here now, that's nice. So yeah, just rocket parts and more capsules that are missing. I mean, there are evidently lots of capsules building up on the buffers, but that's going to take a long time to build all the way up. Hephaestus. Rocket parts. Good. Launching itself. Won't be able to launch another, I don't think. I doubt there was enough rocket parts, or maybe there are. Oh, there are, for a couple more. Yeah, at least 2, maybe a third. Nice. Probably not enough to then recycle and send rocket parts back, I doubt. Or anything back. Good though. That's on its way here. Flies quickly. Safely landed this time. Love to see that. Some rocket parts recycled. A capsule down there. Very nice. A bunch of junk here. I'll deal with that some other time. Some vulcanite. Good. A nice amount, actually. Good. Follow the process through. Gives us an opportunity to check it's all working still. It's beginning to load, so we should see a request. There we go. Creating a delivery. It's interesting, there's quite a few being made. Oh, well, yeah, the depot's half empty, which is pretty cool. It's the kind of thing we want to see. As we're thinking of putting extra depots in now, it'd be nice if all the current trains were constantly moving. It's nice. Here is a vulcanite boy. Who's, yeah, gonna unload all that very quick. It's fine. It'd be nice if another rocket flew in quicker, but I guess it can't. It won't. No station supplying fuel. That's concerning that that's come up so soon. Very concerning. Don't want our trains grinding to a halt because they're out of fuel. We'll see. Vulcanite is unloaded. There's not much in one train, is there? Which makes me think, why don't we make it 2 trains? And I don't think it'll make a difference because there's only one potential source, but we'll make that 2 trains as well. All good here. Gets divided around, so you got weird tail end and bit at the start, but it is moving. Everything else is here. Yeah, good. Sulfur as well. Nice. It's needed for the enrichment process. Some crushing occurs. A lot of the enriched one coming out, actually. More than I thought did. Thought it was rarer. Never mind. It's nice. Crushed one is backed up, so more crushed is going into enrichment. There's actually enough enriched that some is getting released. Nice. That's good, actually. Yeah, how it should look. This is the first cell, so it should be the most progressed in terms of buffers and stuff. Some is trickling out. More should come if everything was flowing well. There's another train load coming in and another one shortly behind it. It's not bad going. It'd be nice if there wasn't a big gap in between them on the belts, but it's good to have it here. This one below is also releasing some enriched. That's good. Could be down to me configuring it stupidly, but I think it's all good and that's a good sign of the buffers building up to a nice level. Cool. So that's making some blocks. Not many, but some. Any time of 10. So it's 30 enriched has to make it through to get all 3 to run their recipes. It's fine. Yeah, there's some blocks. And some coming from this side. Okay. It's not awful. Some from here and here. Okay. Slow still, very slow, but started. Need to make enough to fill the loaders in and back up into the warehouse. But if we've had 3 rocketfuls of vulcanite or more, trainfuls, I guess. A rocket is multiple trains. Good though. That train is arriving before the warehouse is empty? No. There's a tiny little gap between them. Ooh, close though. It seems like it's achievable. Maybe it needs 3 trains at a time, not 2, which I don't want to do. But it's close to kind of working. You know, quickly. I mean, it works. We know it works. Just close to working at a nice speed. Still not... Oh, there we go. First warehouse is backing up now. They're starting to have some available. The next schedule should catch some. And because of the priority, should send it for... Oh, they're already coming. Good. Good. While that's loading, because it will take a while, I did just want to have a look at fuel. Yeah, there's none in the warehouse. That's scary. Those warehouses... Oh, they weren't full. The other ones were full and I trashed it all. That was silly. Should have put them into this warehouse. There's still a few thousand. It's just reached the point where it would request more and it can't. I mean, I might as well cancel the request because we're not going to do it. Just concerned we will run out of fuel before we can get the nuclear stuff up and running. I guess. That is a pretty big worry of mine. Never mind, we'll see. If the trains grind to a halt, I'll have to manually fly resources back and forth until we can get the fuel flowing. Or we set up this kind of fuel production, the fuel, not the nuclear fuel, and keep using this type of train. We just, we have nuclear trains available. They're faster, they're better, so I would like to use them. That train left. Not sure if it was full or just the timer ran out. It's more likely. We head up to Copper. We should meet it there. Next one up. Should meet it here, but I don't see a train. No. See one heading towards steel. Yep. Okay, so priority didn't work. This is not set as a priority, so that just didn't work. Maybe you have to do something else. Request priority. Don't know. What can I do to fix this? Not sure. There should be another train going to get more blocks because there were some left over. Don't know where that one's going to take them to. Might be for more steel. It's like, I know it's the older request. It's been asking for it for longer, but don't know if that matters really. It's quite a lot of vulcanite flowing. Nice. Surprising and happy. So there's another train here now. One was unloading there. Unless it's... yeah, that's right. Don't know, where's this guy going? He's going to K50 North next. K50 North is the iron one. I'm just going to steal some vulcanite blocks from him. And then I guess stand here and scoop up some more. And we will give some to the copper. There's quite a few coming out, actually. Nice. System is, working, I guess. Functional. Still not going to keep flowing because we're not keeping the rockets flying, I guess. Let's take these over. Get some copper made of. Switch it off of that priority setting as well because obviously it doesn't work or doesn't do what I want, I suppose. Probably does work. Just don't know how. change that back to just request. Might need a negative number in it. Often they work in the negatives, so maybe it needs to be request priority with -1. No big deal. There's some vulcanite for turning into pyroflux. There is some pyroflux flowing through some pipes. There is an industrial furnace very, very slowly making a lot of molten copper. And there's some molten copper flowing through a pipe. Or, you know, it's in a pipe, not sure if it's flowing. There's pumps here, so it should be good. Here is a casting machine casting a copper ingot. Positive. Although we're going to need to make a lot to get them to the right places. If we... yeah, I don't think we've like properly kick-started it yet. In that this isn't necessarily going to go to make the rocket parts needed to get another load of vulcanite back here. Which I guess I can stand here, take the initial ingots that I made and make sure they go to rocket parts first. I guess. Slow process though, isn't it? It's like a really long, yeah, 25-second recipe. It's faster than casting the steel then, I guess. That's the deal. Steel is slower, yeah. It's quite a few ingots. Each one is 10 copper plate. It's, you know, you build up quickly. There's 500 copper there and so on. Not bad going. Let's get some. It's not a bad amount of pyroflux either. They're all kind of getting some and moving. Not enough, obviously. Not sure why it's not enough. It kind of ought to be. Even if it's just for a short amount of time, it should be enough to run all the machines. Don't know. We need everything running properly to properly diagnose any issues. If there is like a real problem or anything. That'll do to start. Okay. South of here should be rocket parts. We can check the signs. This is capsules, okay. Rocket sections, good. So I spread them out a bit. Oops. Didn't want to do that. But that's fine, I think. There they are, all them ingots. The like condensing it by 10 is pretty extreme. Just not a huge fan of that approach to it either. The way that the modders added the efficiency by condensing it into an entirely new item that's 10 times as dense. Just a bit not great for flow and stuff. All of this is going to get turned into cable as well, I guess, because that's the priority. I know some is trickling through, okay. Just didn't have the gap to push it into, I guess. Okay. Some will be turned into batteries. Might make a rocket part or two from it all. Good. What is the situation here? Just missing rocket parts everywhere. Yeah. Enough capsules. Yeah, still quite a few on the belt. No rocket parts at all, and over on Hephaestus, very few, and so on. Yeah, so we just need to make a ton of rocket parts, and then that'll be moving okay, I guess. Good. That's that. We've got a few more settings to edit around the place. Not sure if we want to until things are moving better. Yeah, let's do it actually. Otherwise, I'm kind of prone to forget, I think. We're in the position to be doing it, so let's get it set up right. So this, well, where am I? Let's start with that. So I'm in the bottom left of the mall. They're the ones that need changing. We've done the ones down here. No, I didn't do the iron. Let's finish those squares off, so sort out the iron down there. Especially as that may prevent us from making what we need to make. But we've done the copper here. Iron is... so that's steel, yeah. Change iron plate to iron ingot. Good. And then... oh, there's still iron plate in storage here. Interesting. Premature to change it, I guess. Still want to, though. We did elsewhere. We should. So the iron input is going to be here. And the output here. That's a bit awkward, too. No big deal. Should go under. 2 and 3. That's going to go... there, there, and there. And then we need to clear these belts. I don't really have inventory space to be doing that kind of thing. We'll see. Too many pipe to grounds. And belt, I guess, which I'm going to get more of by scooping this up. All good though. Need to clear through the iron that's here as well. That's a bit mucked. What can we do? We can feed it into and then out again onto these. I think we kind of just need to keep feeding it. Am I crazy? Into the machines that are going to use it and then let it feed through. Iron goes into rocket control units. Interesting. I guess that's where it is going. So I think the thing to do, and I don't need to fly around to do this, is just change over the requests now, but not anything else. Give it some time to work through its buffers, storage-wise. Then when they're empty and things shut down, we can flick everything over to actually use the ingots that have been delivered. So that's iron and copper changed on those two. Then up on the mall, iron is done there. And iron is done there. Copper. Do that here. And then and this one as well. Good. Next one over. Nothing on the southern, so this edge. Done the iron already. Don't remember doing that. I was making the belt, of course we did. Yeah. Did it so that we could keep making belt. There's copper being delivered in. That one's empty, so it's ready to be done, actually. Go up and do that. This is where we make steel, and then this one, requesting copper. Which, again, looks almost empty. Close. Not quite. Then here, no iron. Stoneware, this is the iron up here as well. It is. Missed that. Silly me. There we go. Cool. That's it, I think. There's Meteor Defenses requesting stuff, but I don't think it is actually. Oh, it is. Let's disable the requests. We're not got the things it's asking for. We're going to move it somewhere else, I guess. Don't need to move it, but we want to redo the rare metals here to use pyroflux as well, so we might as well move it when we reorganize. So I'm just going to stop requesting anything, and then yeah, we'll clear it out. There's enough, I hope, enough meteorite ammo sat on this belt to keep us defended for a very long time, so shouldn't be an issue. Is there anything else? A stone being requested for lithium, I guess. That's not relevant to now. Stone for the pyroflux? No, sulfur. Yeah, which is all good. Nothing changed there or here or there. That's just barrels. And uranium is sulfur and iron plate to make sulfuric acid to mine it out. Interesting. The whole thing's locked up because the darker one is full, and we haven't set up. We didn't have enrichment at the time we built this, so this at the moment is like completely irrelevant. Can be torn out. We'll have to redo uranium there because there's no other good uranium spots. The nearby ones are going to get run over by the trains, so I have no idea where we're going to get uranium to do the scale we're going to kind of need for power. We can probably use this tiny patch with enrichment to get enough to run some trains. Not sure if it'll be enough. So it's just a little awkward. You know, there's a patch here that's going to get run over by the track. There's a patch here, but it's going to get run over by the track. So unless we intentionally build one square where the track doesn't go in a straight line, go around it or something, just so we can mine it up, which, you know, in theory we can do, our best chance might be another planet where we send over sulfuric acid or sulfur and iron, probably sulfur and iron, and then receive back uranium, which we enrich and process here. Don't know. Bit awkward. Future problem, but definitely a problem. Lack of uranium around us. Still, that means I'm not going to change that requester. It's not actually active at the moment, which means, like the meteorite ammunition, why don't I just disable it? Stop us filling in even more sulfur, that if that were happening, moving at all. And we can just rip that out and redo it soon, along with everything else. I think that's everything. Every square is updated. You just physically need them to run out of the iron and the copper to adjust their lines. So the iron down here is going to take a long time from the look of it. Let's head up to the mall and see the situation up there. Might be something we can adjust and get correct up here. Still iron in there. I guess we're just not using the items that are here. Which we will. Still copper in there, so can't do anything right now. This is already changed over. Those are ingots on the line. And the copper still a load in storage. Okay, can't do anything there. Fine. Over here, the copper is empty. Don't need to look, do I? I can check the signals. Yeah, copper is empty. Not any ingots either, but that's not surprising. I guess we haven't made that many. But we can start trimming this back and everything. Why not? Maybe because my inventory's a bit full, but we can deal with that. No big deal. Rid of all of that. Just want the one line. Let's fill in the gaps. All good. Trimming. Try not to take the poles away. We can just rebuild them. There's, it's just the one line. Probably want to bring it on the closer side. You know, why not? Saves a bit of belt, I guess, if that matters. So the iron one's already been done here, but I didn't strip all the belt out. Must have done that in the last session and just forgotten, or didn't have the inventory space to deal with it there and then, I guess. Copper one is just down here, so trim that back a little bit further. This looks extremely awkward. I don't know what that is, so I'm just going to get rid of it and we'll take a fresh look at that situation there. I guess we need to balance some of the lines. Like we've got 3 lines of iron coming out here and it's not being balanced. And when it's pulled off, it's just being pushed to the inside, which isn't the end of the world. And as long as it's backed up, these are going to fill the belt in. It won't really matter. But perhaps we should be doing a 7 to 7 over here, which we can do. And likewise here with that 7. And the steel's 3 as well. Oh, the steel 3 is being done. Okay. So that's kind of different, I guess. What we just need to do is trim all this out. Just going to fill my inventory with iron plates, I guess. Why don't I... make a little room to feed that onwards. Keep it moving for the time being. Then what I need is one of these, 8 to 8. Where am I? There I am. We'll put that in, well, guess what, there, or where we would put the pole. There we go. Central to all that. Nice. Upgrade it to blue. And because we're only doing 7 of them, what we do is take the 8th and feed it back into the top, and then it'll be evenly divided across over and over again. So the actual bit coming forward will be even, and the 8th is evenly divided, and so on. And it's all good. Yeah, theoretical stuff. This isn't really moving, I guess, so let's just take those last bits and go force them into a machine somewhere. Something that uses iron. Is that? Yep. Bunch of wheels there. Good. Man, it does. It's just the volume of copper going around this place, I guess, makes it look such a mess. So we want to do the same again for this, but back here before it, we don't have space really, so do it back here on the horizontal. Grab that. Ooh, just doesn't fit there, and there is too far over, so we're going to have to... can't really go under or around or anything, so move it forward 1, and just move that pole back 1. That's fine. Oh. What's going on here? Oh, they need to move out more. Sure. We can deal with that. They'll go there. Then I think we just adjust these here. That'll go there. And that one there. And so on. That's good enough. You could move them out further back, I guess. Oh, and we haven't done the thing with the splitters here, which I would prefer to. Oh, because we've balanced them like that. Okay. Right. Because they're a bit weird. Other way of doing this would be... we wouldn't be able to, like... Oh, what have I done? Change my quick bar. I don't know the keyboard shortcut for it. This will work fine. Oh, can I just... Yeah. There we go. We put a splitter here with push left. It wouldn't work. Because this will take everything that's running, and if we move that to here and alternated, it just wouldn't work unless we went under it. It's not really an option, I guess, in that space, so we have to have it like that. Which is a shame. That's forcing them, and then they're... So it's not doing it evenly. I don't think that's right. I don't think it's doing what I want it to. This would be better without going too far. That means half of the last machine goes on each side, and then 2 machines on far and 2 on near would be better. Let me cut each of these. Then they turn into 4s. Okay. So where they are a 5. Something's gone wrong there. That should be over 1, and that should be over 1. I guess it's the way they're aligned. It's fine. And this was another 5. Yep, and then they are 4s, which are like what they're doing is fine. Doesn't really matter. Good. Right. Then they come out of here. Everyone is even. It's not necessarily what we want, because we generally force to the inside when we pull off. 5 lines go in here, 4 lines continue, so that's not right to begin with. Something about it isn't right. That is a bit more wiggly than it needs to be. But that's generally okay. Why is that being balanced? It's because each one isn't quite equal, doesn't want to be equal. There are 5 lines going in, but I guess they don't need 5 belts or something. There's only 7 available. So if 5 went in, there'd be 2 left over, possibly 2 and a bit, so this should be 3, not 4. So it's just the way they're divided. Man, it's complicated. So the moment they're all balanced, if they back up, they'll be available everywhere, and that might be all we need to rely on, really. Let them back up. Other way around, actually, that one out. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then 1, 2, and 3. Not what I expected to be working on, but you know, needs fixing, needs sorting out. So glad to be doing it. Can you just take 5 lines? No, I can't do that. Can take 4 lines? No. Man, I can see why it was a mess before. They're just a bit too close together. I guess what I'd like to know is how much copper are we actually trying to use here? See if we can split that better at the start. What is our location? N52. Up here, okay. This is the sum total copper. No, this is the copper cable for the loaders. These 82 machines. Over 9 and a bit belts. Oh, output is 9 and a bit. Input is 4 and a half and a bit. Okay. Okay. So 5 of them, 4 and a half of them, 5 of them do need putting in. So there is something wrong with what carries on. 4 and a half and a bit are used from the 6.806. So 6.806 take away 4.5 and a bit. Let's get the correct number. 4.514 is 2.292. So this should just be 3. There's no reason for it to be more. And hopefully that would be enough for everything else that's done here. Fingers crossed, I guess. Don't like how that's pushing out either. It's not. It's how we've done it here. It's just the first place we did it. I guess I did it weirder in other places. Okay. So there's 3 and they're pulling off down here. And I didn't bother cutting it back consistently. What we want to do is change this. 2 lines need to come off, but there are only 3 available here, so that one, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, push left. That goes in there, and then that wiggles around and goes in there. That's fine. It's just 3 and then they come off. So in theory, this could cut down to 2 afterwards, but I think, you know, whatever. We didn't mess with it before. It doesn't need to be. I don't mind like terminating all of them right at the end. It just means a bunch sits there that doesn't need to sit there. I am fine with that. Clean all this up. Back here, we're going to move all that forward one. Pop that off and then fill in the gap, and up we go. There we go. So that can actually be in here. Those 3 are going down there. But I mean, that is kind of okay, actually. No, it's not. Because that's not 3 lines, it's 2 and a 2.3-ish. So some of that needs to come over here. Don't know if we just do that. Put them in there and then split that into here. It can priority, it's fine, it'll back up. Feed it through even. Might want to feed it through again afterwards just to move things to the inside again. But that, I mean, could be okay. Wouldn't need that balancing. But it could help. When this one backs up, it goes to here, which then pushes more down the other lines, which is okay. Yes, it is. So I think that's okay with things as long as they back up past the balancer. The main issue then being this belt's only a couple units long, so this machine's going to struggle to output if things don't flow. But if they're not flowing, it means they're good. I think this is okay. We're going to need some copper ingots to know. Which could be a while. There's not much else we can do to get it between every line and back again. Do our usual just cascading thing. Go out there, bring that line in, out again. Put that there, and then also come this way. That line in and out. And have one there and there. Which makes every belt touch every belt again, but over here should stop it from getting back to the balancer, which is fine. We just need to bring this off somewhere somehow, which can't be done neatly anymore. Just put it there, for example. But then that's, yeah, it's just not forcing it to the inside first, so it's not necessarily a full belt, which is happening here. They're being forced in, but then they're being pushed out. So you'd want to pull it from before you do that. So over here, maybe put that under there, send that in there, and have the cascade there as well. These are cascading down, and that's the same as how we usually do it. Force everything to the inside. Every line touches every other line. When they back up, they rebalance here. Not balance, but they flow different here. But they are balanced here to begin with, which is good practice. Healthy for them, I think. I think so. It's neater than it was before, but it still looks like a total mess to me, because I don't really know what it's doing and if it's doing what I want it to. But I think it will function perfectly fine when some copper ingots get here, so I'm happy with that. We just got a whole bunch of belt here to rip out. It's no longer being used. Keep the place tidy. Try and get that done. Don't need to be going underground so much around here, I guess. In fact, in some places we're just not. Don't know if I want to replace them. Not really. I do want to do this, though, to be consistent. And here. Yeah, it's not needed. I'd rather have that same as the others. Just dump those in there. No vulcanite blocks available, so have we failed to kickstart? I think that's the rest of today's session is just going to be running in circles trying to get this working, which is okay. Needs to be done sooner or later, unless it's just too soon to tell. Possible. Sure, we can find a way to kickstart it. Just clear this out, tidy our inventory up a bit, make a bit more space to play with things, and then we'll just try and get a consistent supply of vulcanite is needed, and should be possible at this point. There's no need for lubricant or fuel blocks for that, so everything should be available to get us moving. So I would kind of like to do that, actually, I guess, thinking about it. Get that consistent supply of vulcanite. We know everything's going to flow good, which we need. When that's done, we can add the extra stuff. You know, like I say, I'm not too keen on just running around building the rail squares. We've done hours and hours of that on stream in the past. You can go to the older VODs on YouTube and watch us build rails for hours if you are so inclined. I prefer to do it between sessions. It comes to the next stream ready to make new stuff, which is more interesting, you know, I think, looking at how we build out things. Different to before, which I'm excited about. I said earlier I'm not a huge fan of the way the ingots condense the resource down, and the rare metals, for example, are different. You introduce the vulcanite block and it just makes more rare metal plates. You know, they're not plates to begin with, they look like ingots actually. But these rare metals, you just add a vulcanite block to the enriched ones and you get more rare metals out of the thing. I prefer that. I understand the value of density in terms of logistically moving stuff around, just particularly where it comes to that, like the barrels and not being able to recycle them back into the ingots. That annoys me. Kind of okay. Might put some of them back. Could do with more of some of these things really, but it's fine. Put them back. Let's take a few. Same with them. Just take a few. Don't need all them pumps, but let's have a full stack, sure. Don't need to carry around chemical plants, I don't think. Not right now. Some junk there, not much. Looks fine, not a huge amount of space. We've got the trash slots too, but probably enough to do whatever we need to do to get things moving. So the main issue is rocket sections. Need to check in on them. Which is right here. Good. None are currently being made due to a lack of copper. Fine. There are none down here. A few set on the belts here, so why don't we scoop the few and get them put here, right? Yep. Yep. Not far to go. And we've got packed ones that we're scooping, then they're going to get unpacked, so there are more than first appears. And they do fill the inventory up quick. not stacking up. Okay, looks like all of them. Okay, what we've got. Still quite a few, I think. They're being unpacked, they're being loaded between all these rockets. Guess is still important. Need to make the actual rockets. Are they going to launch? Let's take a look at Festus. Yeah, all of these are empty. Therefore, all those rockets are going to try and launch. Okay, which means they're going to take even more rocket parts to fill in or whatever. How are we doing this end? Just one of the rocket sections. It's okay. Kind of happy to do it to get things flowing correctly, I guess. Let's try and get this working okay. I guess what we've just done in requesting the copper ingots everywhere is going to be pretty harmful to our attempts. Not a disaster though. Should be able to do it. Doesn't take much pyroflux to make an ingot, I guess. We saw how many it made before, it was good. Just need a lot more vulcanite blocks. Which means we just need a bunch of vulcanite, that's all. Probably manually, again, go force the copper into the right place first. We could be okay. There goes the fuel rocket. Capsule rocket should be launching, but it's not. Oh, and that rocket has missed. Yeah, that's what I thought. It makes a pretty big mess at that end. We need to get over there to fix that. We also want to be able to come home. Oh, this is pretty full. Let us go to manual launch mode on everything and micromanage the hell out of it, because that one missing is a nightmare. We want to just go set up a solution for that. If we're going to fly over there, we might as well do this now. Just going to grab some roboports. Need a storage chest, 4 roboports and a bunch of construction robots. Say 200. Should be around here. So construction, 200. Probably want some repair packs as well. Thought of that. So stone, not here. Okay. Somewhere else we'll do that. Roboports. Let's just take a stack because you can. And then the chests, where are they done? Over here? Yep. Gonna want a stack of storage ones, I guess. Not providers? No, not providers. Could take some more panels and stuff with us, but don't seem to have an issue with that at the moment, so maybe for a future trip. I just need to go to a square that's got some stone to make maybe 100 repair packs or so. Do we? No, not here. Further north then. Yeah, here, because there's a landfill. Let's grab it from here. So if I get 500, then I just need 300 iron, 300 copper plate. Interesting. So don't need that, but copper plate, where had a whole bunch in storage still? Here? Yeah. There we go. Makes 100 repair packs. Get them started. Is a significant distraction, this, but don't know. Thrown my brain off a bit, but like I say, it needs doing. So not unhappy to be sorting these things out. Just kind of wanted to get more petrochem stuff done, I guess. We'll do it in the next session. You know, it's fine. Can prepare the ground. We can do more of it. It's all good. One further south. If that's everything. I think it is. Got a bunch of more random stuff I don't really need on me, but that's fine. So let's take the rocket parts with us, because that lets us launch quite a few back. At the moment, any landing pad works because there's only one, so it's safe to do. Let's finish this crafting. There we go. Don't know. Just gonna shut my window a bit. 1 second. Cool. Here we are, landed safely. Let our robots, they're going to grab the fuel, which I can dump in here, but I do want to keep a bit for myself, I guess. Is this the fuel one? Yeah. No. This is the fuel one. So it really missed. Yeah, by a long way. Interesting. Yeah, just a bit of a mess. Those guns might be a bit close as well. Might move that. Just do it down here, maybe? Down one, is that the right spot? Let's get a power pole. It's a spot, it'll do. Of course, inventory full. It's going to happen a couple times, I think. Move that. It's not quite right. That would be central. So I'd rather do that than a long handle from the same spot. That's fine by me. We'll probably bring more guns in the future, because it didn't seem to be enough. Upgrade the middle pole to a big one. How was it powered before? Oh, we had them a little closer to the middle pole. Interesting. Fine. So it's not entirely even, but it looks fine, I think. A little further might be needed. Let's clear this out again. Get these robots back in. Keep some to fly with, although there's still more in the everywhere. I think a little further actually, so yeah, I'm gonna move them down another one, so that'll be there for now. Well, let's that there, long-handled inserters there. Oh, 3 shots fired, 3 meteors destroyed. Nice, well done. Now our power draw is still good. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll move them. Just run that belt there. These are no longer needed. That put back. Get this ammo. Just feed it in up here. And while we're over here, get that fed in there. Get those poles upgraded. Good. Or fine. Oh, the cliff. Should have... God, completely forgot. Should have brought some cliff explosives with us to fix that. Never mind. No big deal. Just going to create a little or a big warehouse to throw the scrap in temporarily. That too. Probably just take it back with us to get it crushed, because I don't have any crushers on me. Even the silo is a bit close, like it's at risk, and all of this refineries, though, like they seemed like overkill really anyway. It's okay, I think. I'd like to clear some space. We're going to remove some of this solar generation when our inventory isn't getting crammed full of everything. Yeah, one thing at a time. It's all fine there. I'm happy with moving them over. Let's get these tidied up. fuel over there. Man, we run slow here. Just bring a bunch of servicing as well, make it all faster. I'm going to struggle for power to our robots as well. There, okay. Rocket fuel in, a little bit for our jetpack. Scrap in here. Okay, that's all the cargo done. There's more scrap to tidy up, do that in a bit. Want to cut out probably from there. Let's go with 4 rows back. Here, because that's consistent with the shaping. All the way over to here. Cut all that away. And we'll rebuild them in line, whatever. Can we mark? We can. Fine. Get the roboports in and stuff and then try. It's going to be too fiddly. Never mind. We'll get this tidied up. I guess it was inevitable. Rockets just keep crashing for us, so we have to deal with that. We knew we didn't have anything set up here to deal with it, so we were asking for trouble by continuing to launch them, I guess. This imagery's fine, actually. These are stacking okay, aren't they? Fuel only stacking to 10 would have filled our inventory pretty quick. That's all good, yeah. And, you know, this is just another one of those things. Needs putting into place at some point. Might as well get it done. Okay. So, roboports. So the placement's about really just getting a lot of it covered in case the crash happens further out, particularly if it lands on another building, I guess. Would be nice to move things so they don't get landed on, but we've bought 100 repair packs. We're probably going to need more than that. So we'll have to come back in the future to give more. I'm not going to set up a landing pad for repair packs and stuff. Just hopefully we can get the research done that reduces the odds of this happening to a negligible level. Would be nice. I'm going to go with there. Therefore, here. They're not joined, so we'll need one in the middle. That's kind of annoying. How about there? And there. Still not joined? Damn. Close, though. That case. There. And there. Plus it could crash below, although we got all this in the way. So I guess down here somewhere for a third one. Coverage isn't bad, but I would like to cover more over there. That would mean moving the silo specifically, which again I'd rather not do, but we can. Let's get this out of our way now. Just move it up here. Scrapping the random cargo pods we're not going to reuse. Let's tidy that up. The little bits of scrap we can find. We know we got all the rocks out of the way, so anything we can click on is going to be scrap, but there's a little bit there that wasn't particularly obvious. That needs the belt moving first. Looking okay though. Oops. Keep the power pole. Good part there. Don't know how far the parts can fly in a crash. But that seems all good. Okay. Oh, a bit on the landing pad. Damn. Don't want to remove it, but I guess I have to. We can cut and paste then dig that up and then cut and paste it back. And it remembered its name. Okay, fine. Good. That all there. Just going to put half the repair packs here. Yeah. And 50 here. There we go. And then, okay. What if... work out where that would line up with. We were to swap it so it's still in line with the tanks, so we don't need to move them. First, we're going to need to take the loaders out, get a warehouse, put the vulcanite in it. Why don't I clear some inventory space? Grab. Probably a faster way of doing this involving loaders, but it's not too bad going. Okay. Cut. What else is connected? So the green line goes... can't really see. Just goes into the warehouse on the right. Yeah, okay. So if I cut... damn, not easy to do. Cut that much. It's going to make a mess. Great. Should just go there. And then that pipeline will be there, hopefully. But that for rocket sections. That is for capsules, which I've not got any of. Okay. Sure. Oh, that's okay for the fuel at least. That's something. It's still close. It could still get struck. So, like, getting more repair packs here, I think I would certainly like to, but it gives us space to put a Roboport down here is the thinking behind it. Got a lot of these to put away. And a lot of them to put in there. Green network. I just need plugging in there. Okay, that's fine. You're still set to manual launch. Good. We're going to need to rearrange the belts and stuff, but I guess I have to deal with this first. A bunch of them are getting put in here, and I don't know why. It's that... oh, the wiring around the front has got disconnected. So both networks need plugging into there, I guess. Then the capsule should hopefully stay in there. That way around. And the rocket parts can stay in there. Hopefully. There's the rocket parts tidied up. Okay, the missing power poles put in. Good. Right. Let's cut all of this because I can't work it out in my head. Doesn't particularly matter, I don't think. Parts and parts, just join them together any which way and bring them in. Then there, so they can go into there, and that just join there, runs into there and that into there, and in they go. It is a bit messy really, but never mind. They're going under and under from there, I guess. Oh boy. What a mess. There and there, that's not ideal. So go under there, a bit further. Splitter there, join that in. Get the rest of these put away. And then that to there, so similar deal. Don't know if that is great, but whatever. If it gets struck by a falling bit of debris and breaks a belt, we we can't provide a new one without coming over and providing a new one. So I'd rather have fewer bits of belt, I guess, which this kind of is. Neater and more spread out? I don't know. Doubt it really matters. That's okay for now. Let's get this vulcanite put back in. Let's try and do it a speedy-ish way. I don't know. Might work. At least help speed it up. Could all go in because it all came out. There we go. Okay, then remove that. I didn't all go in. Okay. It's 4 lines. They were very nicely lined up. Like we could change this whole vertical running line further to the right now, but that's a lot of work that I don't particularly want to do ever. So I think we're just going to run them in this gap. Yeah, they'll be wiggling back and forth, but there you go. That's what you get. Can't have everything perfect. There we go to scoop all this up, which I guess I'm just going to carry back by hand. Why not? Put it in the trash. Don't want to do that because I'm going to be stood in a robot network in a second. Okay. Oh, we kind of need requesters here actually, which we don't have available. Because we're not... It's not one landing pad. There are multiple things that could be landing here. Interesting. Not sure how we're going to deal with that. Bear with it. Let's get the extra Roboport put in now that we can. I guess as far out as possible, maximum coverage for wherever it might crash. And over here too. So that next one out. Roboport. There we go. On where that rock is, of course. There's always a stone in the way. Put that there. Now we load our robots in. If I can find them. 50 in each. I think they automatically balance themselves, really. Could just throw them all into one, as far as I understand it. There we go. That's where I want them. Spread out. Still want to take all that home. Can barely fit it, but I can. We can rebuild the power. That'll make some space. But yeah, first let's finish here. So there's a storage chest. Anything that crashes gets unloaded to the storage chest. We've then got a variety of things here. Needed a crusher. Needed to bring a crusher with us. Never mind. Yeah. Damn. Not sure what to do then. Let us... let's think. In the one on the left we can unload 3 things. Just can't unload meteorite ammo if that's the one that broke. But we can unload all other things and they will get filtered through to the right place. So that's probably the way to put it. One further. Into there. Storage chest. Set the filter on the loader to unload the 3 things that can go here and get filtered properly. So rocket fuel, cargo rocket section, and capsule. Good. Other stuff goes the other way. So this will take meteorite installation ammunition and feed it into here. That's fine. Don't really want a belt that long, but it's fine. Hopefully. The other stuff we get is scrap and cargo pod. Yep. And that should be it. Fine. And we're just going to load them into a big warehouse at the moment, which is another potential target to get struck that I don't really want, but I think it'll be okay. It's minimal damage, really. It's just a lot of mess. And this will deal with that. At some point, if we ever remember, we'll replace this warehouse with a crusher. And that'll tidy it all up. Just, avoid it, get rid of it. We could just load it into the rocket and send it back and sort it the other end. Don't really want to do that. I could tidy that up a bit, but it's fine. It's going to work. I don't need to be perfect. And that's not quite right. Should be there. There's your robots. Okay. Oh, the coverage is good there, so anything that crashes. Now, there we go. So, crash happened. Reminded us we needed to do this. We have fixed this. Going to take the solar panels and accumulators that we lifted and come put them up here. If I've got enough power poles on me. I do not. What's it in? There's rocks up here. Okay. We took some medium poles out, I guess, when we ripped these up, so there should be enough of them. Interesting. Guess we'll find out. Oh, we're at the top. Okay. Fancy. That goes there. Could just leave it at that. I'm full of rocks, aren't I? Yep. Could leave it at that, but it wouldn't be best. Let's dump rocks and coal. Need those robots to catch up with me. Can't even see them. There they are. Bring them in. Is there any more? Yep, a bit more stone. There we go. It's not perfect, but there we go. A few more over here I'd like to add. I'm definitely going to forget before our next visit. Crusher, cliff explosives. What else? More power poles from the looks of it. Yeah, we're doing a few more to, quite a few more to build in. Hopefully we can get them done. The little rocks surviving, yeah. And the gaps, don't like that. And my inventory's full. Let's just temporarily let's put that in there. Temporarily, just to get this done. Tidy, and we can sort that out after. We got left an uneven number. How is that possible? We've got 12 panels and no accumulators left. How is that possible? Oh, I've taken out too many panels. Take them away. They go there. Take them back. Okay. They can't be built, so we should have 2 left over anyway. I guess they can go there. It's ugly as hell, but we won't notice. Where's that little chest? There it is. Ooh. More of you in there. And you. Go back to that chest. And here's what I've missed. These ones should still be here. Just deleted too much. And those ones are there, that's good. So I've got none. Yep, perfect. Grab that, good. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I think we're ready to fly back home. Which is nice. Get the stone and the coal in there. Good. Yeah, it's set up. Next time one crashes, it will be handled better. Might not be perfect, might need to change some of it. But it's something, it's got a solution. Things should work again, and this is getting filled and everything okay. few, like 5 rockets can be launched now. Should kick a few things into motion. So I think, yes, ready to go home. Switch this back to launch on cargo full. And then the others can be automated now that we're back on the home planet and not stranded in space. Good. I can dump that into there. I can dump this into here. That'll do the right thing. Let's take all this. This must be from when I ripped something up and it just grabbed a bunch of stuff. Going to take it up to the other tidying thing up space. And then hopefully we'll meet some vulcanite blocks and take them to make copper. And take the copper to make rocket parts to try and force things that way. Where am I? Up one more. On the right. Yep. Almost getting there. Running a bit long on time. That's fine. Let's get this sorted properly. So junk in here. Red belts and stuff must be from me ripping something up. I don't know why it would end up there. Get rid of all that. That. Keep the vulcanite blocks. Get rid of them. That looks fine for now. Tidy my inventory up soon. Okay, down to vulcanite processing. Which is, yep, one south of here. Good. Don't see any vulcanite coming in. Okay, just being delivered. Made that trip quicker than it did. Ooh, and another train right after. Good. Another rocket's landed as well. It's in motion. Let's take a bit of time to get around. Okay. Don't think I can really speed it up. We could. I did talk about just running a belt because it's just going from the right to the left and it's not being used anywhere else at the moment. It's not a bad idea. There are things the other end. Another rocket launching already. Enough rocket parts for 2 more. It's something. That's fine. Still not got anything moving. You do need the constant input. It's not a self-feeding enrichment. Need constant crushing to keep it going. Some are flowing. Good. Crushed stuff mostly. Should then, yeah, take a bit of a time, but then we'll get more. Do I want to just... Probably. Because I want to force it to a particular point. Load it into a little chest for now. And I will grab them from there. Fine. Yeah, trickling out from here and there. Just got to be patient with it. More is coming through. Don't know really how much pyroflux do you get per rocket of vulcanite that lands? Could work it out, I guess, in theory. Quite a lot, I should think. It's currently getting spread out everywhere, I suppose. Don't know. Maybe not. I mean, there's blocks now. They're coming. Fill this in somewhat. Take it up to copper. Fill them into... Why don't I, in advance, stop that from moving? And we'll do the same. Load a chest full so that I can control where it goes, particularly. Surprised that priority thing didn't work. I swear that's what it's for, but maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe priority doesn't matter as much. Doesn't mean it gets it and the other ones get nothing or something. Don't know. That's quite a few blocks. Oh, not bad. Don't know how many rockets worth that is currently. There's another one loading. That's the previous one going. So it's maybe, don't know, just one rocket's worth? About 1,000 blocks, maybe? Don't know. It's not even going at full speed is the thing I find weird. Like all three of these, at least two of these should be lit up all the time. Maybe they are, just the way it's balancing over like a 1 minute period or something. Don't know. And there are, of course, gaps in the input. It's designed to have all 8 lines running non-stop, which I'm not sure we're ever going to reach that point. It doesn't. We don't need to reach that point, but that is what it's designed for. I'll launch the rockets fast enough for that. What are these doing? The rockets are ready to launch. They're just not loaded. Although... No, I know the issue. I didn't switch them back to automatic. So this is cargo full. That is green signal. Launch on green signal when fuel full. And this is launch on cargo full. Cool. Enough for a journey, isn't it? Probably. We'll keep it going into the chest for now. Space, that's fine. They're coming quite fast. Let's make an initial journey to get some copper going. Would be fine to just leave everything to kind of fill its own buffers in and work and everything in time, but we need to make sure that the rocket parts are getting made fast enough. So, you know, we can wait for all the other buffers to fill in, but they won't fill in if the rocket parts don't get made. So, without the ability to set a priority, don't really know how you ensure that. Ooh. That is not what I meant to do. They can live there and them, not everything. Lucky we got the filters there, prevented a big mess. That's kind of good then, actually, up that end. Might just leave them to it then. Dunno, yeah, no idea. Don't want to be doing this for hours though, so let's grab what's in the chest now, feed it in, do the next phase, let the system now run and it has intended for a while. Won't do any harm. At least, you know, this end, some of that will go for steel and for iron now. In whatever order it's needed. Meanwhile, we'll collect up some copper ingots instead. That's all good. Let's put the rest of the blocks in. That's actually does seem like quite a lot of blocks. Don't really know. 2 blocks makes 20 pyroflux. 10 pyroflux makes 750 molten, so it's 1500 molten for every 2. And then That is 6 ingots, so 60 plate for every 2 blocks. 30 plate for every block. 1,000 blocks would be 30,000 plate. Okay, we could be pretty good then, I guess. If a 1,000 blocks that we brought over more than that. If we brought over 1,000 blocks, we get 30,000 plate. A lot. I mean, that's 500 ingots, so 5,000 plate already. Not sure how many rocket parts that goes into. We do know, so if almost 1,000 ingots goes to 50 rocket sections. That's not a lot. Wow. 9,400 plate for 50 sections. So every 100, which is a rocket, needs 2,000 copper ingots. I swear it's making more than that. Crazy, actually. Yes, we're not going to get far. We won't even get a rocket load to send because you need 510 in the rocket, right? Or is that? And there's less than that. Is it 500 in the rocket, I think? So we need to make 500 rocket sections before it'll launch, which means we need 9,500 ingots before it can launch. Something doesn't seem right there. It did launch earlier, maybe it didn't, I don't know. Still, this is going well. How much pyroflux is left? Well, no pyroflux is left. How many blocks are left? Still a good number. 1,500 and more have been delivered. How kind of them. So that's 2,700 blocks plus what's in those machines already. It could be enough to fill in a couple of buffers. Could be good. Could be good to just kind of leave it. Oh, you know, we're going to take this load specifically to make rocket parts, which is going to make a bunch of parts, but not enough to launch the rocket over to Hephaestus. So we might need to manually launch it a couple of times to get things, keep things flowing. That's quite tempting. Might just do that over time. But yeah, there we go. There's a chest full. Don't want to do this all day, so we'll let that continue to fill in wherever it's wanted, but take this chest full, force it into rocket production, which is south of here. Meteorites. That is capsule production, so one to the east. Rocket sections, very nice. Yeah, fine, just throw them all in there. Should unload to here, good. Oh, although we've got no iron. Oh, we've got the iron plate still. It still hasn't worked its way through, of course. That's fine. Not ingot time yet for iron. Okay, ingots in. Another weird series of splitters and stuff, I guess. Looks fine though, just probably do with putting a balancer there. No, it looks fine. Should be good. Don't know. What else is it needed for other than that? Oh, making the batteries, yeah. And then a little bit more wiring is needed to make the inserters which go into the pods and so on. We'll see. Could be okay. No, there's a bunch of copper there, which is a good thing. The line on the inside there shouldn't happen. That line's being pulled off. That line's... when these back up, it'll be okay. Yep, that's fine. If they ever back up. But hey, there's a bunch of cable, so it's making stuff, it's making parts. I scooped everything up, didn't I? So that's going to delay things even further. They need to fill those loaders in before the warehouse will start filling, which is... This may still need some manual intervention for a while yet. There's still some there. Just, yeah. And these rockets are loaded. It's something, but I don't think it's gonna self-sustain yet. Which is a shame. It's just the system and the way we have things organised. We can't have copper plate and copper ingots being delivered to the same place and being used interchangeably. We can. It would be very messy and complicated. And we haven't planned for that already. So we're not set up to use both. We're only set up to use the ingots. And if we don't keep pyroflux, keep vulcanite moving, we don't get any copper at all. And I think that's a mistake. Or like a major flaw in the setup. We should have kept some copper from just ore, making some copper, and then some enrichment, so that if you've got the sulfur, you can get even more copper, and then some with pyroflux. So if you've got the vulcanite, you make even more copper. But just tearing everything out and only having the pyroflux version is like a big like risk, really, because if we can't get the pyroflux moving like we can't currently, our buffers are swallowing too much of it, we've got nothing. It's not running. I think it'll be okay, you know. I think we'll be able to kick it into gear soon enough. I don't think it'll be a major problem. Just a little frustration now as things wind up. Still, we're almost 5 hours in, which is kind of the limit for me, so we will wrap things up for today now. It's been a good one. Got very distracted towards the end, which I'm not totally upset about, because we just didn't have the space available that I was hoping for the throughput we needed. So we've got a lot of wasted space, and you know, the throughput is a limitation on that, but it's fine. We're making tons of plastic, tons of sulfur, tons of rocket fuel. We just need to get more oil refined in order to feed all those things. So that will be something to work on. And then those extra 2 bits we didn't get to, the solid fuel and the lubricant, they need doing too, but we need to prepare some space for that. So between the end of this stream and the start of the next one, I will build in a few rows perhaps of extra squares around us, try and tap into some oil, head towards where the next depots would sit and get those built in, so we have more trains available to move stuff in all directions. Maybe cover over this copper down here and this rare metals, ready to develop those and get those plugged in too. Additional sources of everything, always good, I think. And then next session I'll be finishing off the petrochemical stuff and probably starting on the other odd bits and pieces, you know, the rare metals and the nuclear and the stone related things all left to do. Lithium is all good. It's currently got red belt and stuff, so we could upgrade it, but it's kind of fine there. So that one square in the top corner we might not be touching at all, which is nice, but every other square has been modified in some way, I guess. But going good. I think really the foundation here, once those buffers are filled in, is going to be nicely solid for expanding research and stuff. And it's going to be you know, another dozen sessions before we move on to the next major project. But once we get into orbit and start sorting out what's up there as well, if we can get a good plan and organisation, get things moving again, get that research progressing, and we can see some of the newer bits of the mods, that's going to be fun too. Hopefully we can get there. But yeah, not bad. Let's save the game. I have a vague idea of what I need to do between sessions, and we'll get that sorted. And then I guess we'll be back like usual. No immediate plans to change anything, so we will be back on Wednesday at 4 PM BST to continue the factory, work on those things that we just talked about, do another 4 to 5 hour session of building stuff to try and get things running again, get things moving all over the place again. Should be fine. I'll be back tomorrow again, 4 PM BST. We'll be playing more RimWorld, our little cozy coffee shop in the wilds. We will see if we can survive another day. should be fun too. Do join us if you can. And of course, thank you very much for joining me today, whether you've been here live and lurking away or having a little chat, or if you are catching this later on YouTube, thank you very much. Do all those usual things. Subscribe to the channel, click the like button if you've enjoyed it. You know, send me some feedback so I know if you're still enjoying it. Like button's a good way of doing that. Or, you know, like I say, subscribe on the YouTube. Come over to the Twitch and follow us here. You know, get involved in the live stuff. It is good fun to have people to chat to while we build. But yeah, you know, no pressure. Do what you want to do, but all those things are much appreciated. As well as, you know, just lurking around and watching. That is always the most helpful thing. So, a few hours before bed, who are we going to raid? We have all sorts of options. It's, of course, Vileader's 2-year anniversary of streaming. Vileader has been very supportive, so I always like to raid over there. There is Pigstyle playing Factorio. Somehow has got over 30 people watching him, which is wonderful to see. Be very similar to what we've been doing here, but even more complicated. But my theory with raiding is I will always raid the people I'm going to go and watch. Don't want to like raid into one person and then just leave to watch someone else. So I know I'm going to go spend some time with Vileader. So that's who we should raid. For sure. Which is always nice. They're playing community golf, which I'm sure is very lovely. And no one is threatening or swearing at one another. No promises though. Should be nice anyway. Whatever you're up to after the raid, do enjoy the rest of your day. You're hanging around, or if you have to move on and do something else, do have a really good one. And, you know, like I say, hopefully see you again soon in the streams that, you know, if not tomorrow, then some point next week. It'd be great to see you guys. So have a good one.